Just 2 hours after the Syrian government forces withdrew from the front line, Celestial Trade began its offensive on Al-Mayadin. Black-robed militias lurked in the half-destroyed buildings and streets. Their rifles were already loaded, and their fangs were already revealed, but after a long wait, they did not see any sign of an attack. Just then, they heard cannons being launched from afar. They didn't see exactly what they were, because when the dazzling white light bloomed, their vision had already been taken away. The white phosphorus munitions exploded in the air, and the scattered smoke plumes scattered down from the sky like countless arrows, as if a large fishing net was being weaved over the city. Buildings, streetlights, highways. Trees, stones, sand. Everything that was hit by the phosphorus fire ignited uncontrollably. The whole city was like purgatory, everything burned. The highly toxic white smoke made people suffocate, but dying in suffocation seemed to become a distant luxury. The terrorist in a black robe dropped the rifle in his hand, covered his unrecognizable face. He screamed and rolled on the ground as he desperately tried to put out the flames that burned his face. However, he stopped struggling after a while and only twitched like a knee-jerk reflex. Not far from him, another terrorist fell silent on his knees. It was impossible to recognize any expression on his scorched face. His mouth was open either because he was confessing or howling. Some people tried to take off their robes but to no avail. Most people were only hit by a fireball the size of a thumb. In less than half a minute, they turned into a fireball. The whole street was full of dead bodies and wails were heard everywhere. Baghdadi, who had been dead many times but fortunately escaped every time, finally welcomed his final destiny. He was on fire, like an imp in hell. He screamed and jumped down from upstairs and landed on the concrete street. Before he died, he was still yelling, "I surrender. Make it stop," or a similar cry for mercy that no one listened to anymore. The flame finally burned into the dungeon. Under the face covered by her scattered and messy hair, the girl with amputated limbs finally showed a light of joy in her hopeless eyes. Before she died, she seemed to see a light. This long-awaited redemption finally arrived. There was an advantage to hegemony. That was, no matter what you did, the international community would give you the maximum tolerance. Although almost everyone knew that the mercenaries active in Syria were backed by Celestial Trade, after the tragedy in Al-Mayadin, no one jumped out to condemn Celestial Trade, but aimed at the private military contractors with corrupt morality, but not subject to international law. This kind of accusation did not bother Celestial Trade at all. Jiang Chen, who was far away in North America, was too distracted to pay attention to the situation in the Middle East. On the third day after the secret meeting was held, Future Bank, under Jiang Chen's direction, increased its holdings of UA Treasury bonds by $600 billion at a price of 40 billion XIN new dollars. This move undoubtedly eliminated the risk of default by the Trump administration, and finally stopped the dollar from free-falling in the foreign exchange market, and the dollar actually saw a slight rebound. When the major banks around the world saw Future Bank's intervention in the market, they all breathed a sigh of relief. In any case, the holding of UA Treasury bonds by the Bank of the victorious country finally gave other banks a reason to continue holding the UA dollar, and it also allowed the discouraged investors to restore some confidence. Capitalists used these 3 days to reach an agreement with Celestial Trade. They took advantage of the information asymmetry to quietly move back the assets that were transferred overseas and made a small profit from the rebounding dollar. For them, it was a small benefit for selling their soul to Celestial Trade. All the evidence about Morgan's crimes has been collected. The Supreme Court will start the trial tomorrow. Do you not want to go see your old opponent? In the office on the top floor of the Empire State Building, Jiang Chen met with President Trump. It was a coincidence that he was about to call Mr. President for a meeting at the Rainbow House, but when he dialed the number, Mr. President was already at the entrance of the Empire State Building. After they met, Trump enthusiastically expressed gratitude to Celestial Trade for increasing its holdings of the Treasury bonds, and then mentioned that Mike Pence, Morgan, John Cornyn, and others would be tried tomorrow. There is nothing to look at. The financial empire he is proud of has been destroyed, and even he himself is in jail. Jiang Chen smiled lightly, then leaned back against his chair. It is pointless to see him now. Rockefeller hasn't been caught yet. He is now on a flight to Australia, Jiang Chen said with a smile. The flight has been locked by our satellite, and he will be handcuffed by Interpol when he gets off the plane. The extradition treaty between Australia and the UAE was still in effect, and it was impossible for Australia to risk the relationship with Celestial Trade to provide asylum for Rockefeller. Even if the latter was holding trillions of dollars in assets, the money had become a hot potato. You found him? Trump glanced at Jiang Chen unexpectedly and smiled. Would you like to let the Supreme Court postpone the court session and get them for trial after Rockefeller comes back? No, Jiang Chen shook his head, then looked at Trump while he joked, what's more, the earlier the trial, the easier it is for you, isn't it? Trump smiled and said nothing. In fact, the outcome of the judgment was decided long before the hearing. The federal court would issue astronomical fines for the two suspected of being involved in the murder of the president, bribery, and for a total of more than 20 crimes. Conservatively estimated, the total amount of fines would exceed $1 trillion, which would set a record. It was obviously impossible to pay this money with working capital. Even Morgan and Rockefeller together would not be able to generate this much cash. Therefore, all the assets under the two companies would be entrusted to major banks for auction, and the auction money would be returned to the federal treasury. If they could not pay the fine, the rest would be made up in prison terms. These two financial giants possessed wealth that rivaled nations, and the number of assets they possessed was at least in the trillions range. With this money, the debt crisis that the Trump administration faced would also be resolved. Since the war was started by those people, it was fair for them to foot the bill of this war. I actually wanted to see you for something else. Jiang Chen took out a document from the drawer, threw it on the table, opened it, and pushed it in front of Trump. All the members in the Earth Defense Alliance will receive a copy, and you can take it back to study. This is, when Trump saw the text on the first page of the document, Trump narrowed his eyes slightly, then there was a look of shock on his face. The Prospects and Feasibility Report of Himalaya Colonialization, on April 1st, the Space Colonization Summit, will be held in Celestial City. I hope you can make time to be there no matter what arrangements you have, Jiang Chen said slowly while he watched Trump flip through the pages. I suggest you read it when you go back. There is a lot of information in this report, and there must be some parts that interest you. Are you going to go back in March? After he put away the document, Trump looked to Jiang Chen. Otherwise? Jiang Chen shrugged and said with a smile, everything that should be done is almost done. How long do you expect me to stay here? With this document, Trump got up and said goodbye to Jiang Chen. When Trump left, he only felt that the document in his arms was getting heavier, and even slightly hotter. After the end of a war, Celestial Trade could start a world-class colonial project. While Trump was amazed at the industrial capability of Celestial Trade, he couldn't help but feel that something was unusual. Celestial Trade accelerated its colonial expansion within the solar system, and this time, unexpectedly, it was willing to work together with all the members of the Earth Defense Alliance. Although it was something to be happy about, for some reason, he felt a hint of concern. Perhaps it was his illusion, but Trump felt that Jiang Chen desired far more. Jiang Chen watched Mr. President leave, then he leaned back in his chair. Just when he was about to call home, Aisha called. The phone connected, and the other side spoke immediately. However, the news surprised Jiang Chen. Yarif is no longer the crown prince. The news of Yarif being removed from the position of crown prince did not cause much commotion in the international community. At least compared with the military operations of a certain mercenary organization in Al-Mayadin, this level of triviality was not enough to attract people's attention. There were more than 5,000 princes in the Saudi royal family, and it did not seem to be a big deal if the successor changed. And it was the third time the old king changed the crown prince. The last time when this happened was only 15 years ago. However, what made Yarif puzzled was that the old king was very satisfied with his birthday gift and praised his work over the years. However, he suddenly changed his stance and took his position as crown prince away. The fact that young Salman ascended as the crown prince made him feel uncomfortable. Although he congratulated the other party with a smile, he couldn't help but sneer in his mind. His highly educated brother perhaps was knowledgeable in economy, but he did not think that young Salman was a better king. It was not just Yarif who didn't understand, but many bystanders also didn't understand the situation. It was true that from the person in charge of the prince's cabinet to the Secretary of State, the young Salman showed outstanding political talent when the old Salman was still the crown prince of Saudi Arabia. However, Yarif's achievements were also not weak, especially in military and diplomacy. During his tenure as Deputy Minister and Minister of the Interior of Saudi Arabia, he was called the Prince Against Terrorism and Spy Expert. The former UAE's Secretary of Defense and the former director of the CIB gave high praises to Yarif, and said he was the smartest and most accomplished prince in Saudi Arabia. Yarif led the war against Al-Qaeda, and because of the organization's fear of him, he was assassinated at least 3 times. He led the battle against terrorism, and his achievements are concrete, said Awad Badi, a researcher and scholar at the King Faisal Academic Research Center. He believed that Yarif had effectively suppressed a series of attacks planned by the Al-Qaeda in Saudi Arabia. However, as a clear-cut anti-terrorist fighter, he obviously didn't gain favor from the old king. The Saudi royal family's attitude has always been quite ambiguous towards terrorism organizations. On the one hand, they tried their best to avoid catching the fire as they stayed away from fellow ardent religious followers, and even assisted the international community in suppressing them. On the other hand, they also sympathized with those fellow religious fanatics and even secretly supported them. The old king didn't want to see the hounds around their door fall down, at least not now. Another reason was that a unified Syria dominated by Shia Islam was not in line with Saudi interests in the Middle East. As for how much blood would be shed by heretics, as a devout believer, he didn't care. In the magnificent palace, there was a man standing in front of the old king. His name was Atami, and he was the intelligence minister appointed by the old Salman. Baghdadi was killed. Okay, I see. The old king slowly closed his eyes, then finally opened them again after a long silence. He looked at Atami and asked, "Have you figured out what I asked you to investigate?" "Yes, Your Majesty," Atami bowed his head and reported respectfully. "It has been confirmed that the mercenary organization fighting in Syria is supported by celestial trade. Crown Prince Yarif and a Jordanian businessman provided them with access from the Red Sea to northern Syria. They transported supplies through our port until 3 months ago." A trace of disgust appeared in the eyes of the old king. Although 80% of Saudi Arabia's fresh water supply relied on Xian, he despised celestial trade. He did not believe that these businessmen who were not subject to the law would abide by the bottom line, especially after celestial trade developed petroleum crops and started to produce chemical raw materials, which impacted international oil prices. Therefore, when celestial trade promoted the global grid in the Middle East, the old Salman has been constantly intervening from behind the scene. Of course, he was not arrogant enough to think that Saudi Arabia could defeat an opponent that the UAE could not defeat, nor was he foolish enough to think that Saudi Arabia has the ability to engage in a head-on conflict with celestial trade. All he did was to prevent Saudi Arabia from completely falling to celestial trade. After the country surrendered its freshwater market, he did not want to give up the country's national grid. Then there was a military operation in Al-Mayadin, where tens of thousands of white phosphorus munitions slaughtered their comrades in the cruelest way. If he was only annoyed at celestial trade before, the old king was starting to despise the company. "Your Majesty," after Atami hesitated for a moment, he said. Seeing how his intelligence minister was hesitant to speak, the old king slowly spoke. Go ahead. Yarif is very close to celestial trade. If we change the crown prince now, will we risk angering celestial trade? They have just won in Syria recently, and there are more than 10,000 mercenaries that have not been withdrawn from the Middle East yet. I worry. Old Salman's gaze suddenly turned sharp as he focused on Itami, who hurriedly lowered his head. After a long silence, the old king hid the sharpness in his eyes, thought for a moment, then slowly commented. This is exactly what I worry about. I suggest that Yarif should be temporarily removed from the position of Minister of the Interior, and appoint him as the National Security Advisor to weaken Yarif's power in the royal family. It was very risky to interfere with the royal family's internal business because it was easy to touch the king's sensitive nerves. If it was not for the fact that Itami has been a long-time confidant, he would not make such a risky move. Because he had already sensed that the power struggle of the royal family was intensifying. If the situation could not be effectively controlled, it was destined to set off a sandstorm that would sweep across the entire kingdom. You are right, Itami, Old Salman sighed. The Saudi crown prince should not be a puppet of a certain country or organization. After a pause, the sharpness pierced out from Old Salman's eyes. At this moment, he seemed to have returned to his glorious years, all the turbidity faded from his eyes and the wrinkles on his face disappeared. He had to make a decision to pave the way for his own son, otherwise, once he was gone, the whole country would be trapped in a vortex of power struggles. Get Yarif. Suddenly, the old king's eyes widened. Itami was taken aback for a moment, then the look on his face changed drastically as he hurriedly stepped forward. Your Majesty, Your Majesty. On this day, the entire palace was in chaos, and the entire city was under martial law. Checkpoints were set up on the main traffic roads into the city, and heavily armed soldiers patrolled the streets. The citizens didn't know the news of the king's death for the time being but looked at the soldiers on the streets, as well as the armored vehicles and tanks driving past their homes in confusion. Itami quickly walked out from the palace, ordered people to censor the news, and then quickly mobilized the troops stationed near the city to control the situation. After he finished all the steps, he then immediately headed to Yarif's palace with a group of agents. However, he did not find the former crown prince in his palace. After he questioned Yarif's servants, he learned that Yarif had to deal with a business matter and he would return after a few days. Itami surrounded Yarif's palace, immediately went to see the young Salman. Itami arranged for him to ascend to the throne as soon as possible and in the meantime, also sent people to track down Yarif's whereabouts. But Itami didn't expect that Yarif happened to be on the border at this moment, and he was staying with Celestial Trade's mercenaries. After he learned that his palace was surrounded by the old king's henchmen, he did not dare to go back. Instead, he went directly into the desert in the eastern part of Jordan and lived inside Celestial Trade mercenaries' barracks. It was not until the next day, one of his confidants risked his life to finally send a message to him. Until then did Yarif finally learn all the things that happened in Riyadh in just one day. No one thought that His Majesty the King would pass away at this critical moment. The news of the death of the king quickly spread all over the world. Even if Jiang Chen did not learn the information from ghost agents, he saw the video of Riyadh placed under martial law on YouTube and learned the death of the king. The sudden change caught him somewhat off guard as he passed away shortly after the crown prince was replaced. At this moment, he didn't know how to comment on this matter. Nouveau York Empire State Building. Jiang Chen sat in front of the desk. He was on a video call with Aisha and listened to the intelligence from the Middle East. Yesterday at 12 o'clock noon, Old Salman died of a heart attack. Before he died, he only said 2 words, make Yarif. Is the news reliable? Jiang Chen asked. Very reliable, Aisha nodded at the other end of the holographic screen, then continued, at that time, our agents in the Middle East were monitoring the palace, and all of their conversations were recorded. Send me the recording, Jiang Chen said. It has been sent to your mailbox. He tapped on the holographic screen, opened his mail, took out a set of earphones from his drawer, then put them into his ears. After listening to the entire recording, he was silent, and it was only after a while before he finally spoke again. Delete everything except the last words of the dialogue from the old Salman and what happened after. Last words? That's right. Old Salman only said, make Yarif, but didn't say what he is going to make Yarif. Based on the context of the conversation, he perhaps wanted to send Yarif to prison, but if we delete the part before that, after a pause, Jiang Chen looked at Aisha and said softly, we can also interpret his last words as making Yarif the true successor of his throne. The last group of troops arrived in eastern Jordan. So far, all mercenaries controlled by celestial trade were withdrawn from Syria. Celestial trade officer handed over control of the army to Yarif's confidant. Although this Madagascar-based mercenary force trained by celestial trade did not possess the same combat effectiveness as celestial trade's army, its training and weapon were no inferior to any special force in the world. From the S-1 kinetic skeleton, to the assault rifle in their hands, to the scythe drone equipped, this undesignated force was fully equipped with the standard configuration of future military's export model. After Yarif returned a Saudi-style military salute to the commander of celestial trade, he felt a mixture of emotions as he watched the commander get on the SUV and drive away. It was never his intention to enter a military conflict with his brother and rely on force to become the ruler of his country. This army was originally prepared to implement his reform plan, and he never thought that there would be a day when he has to use it. However, at this point, it seemed that the decision was no longer in his control. Celestial trade did not only just send the promised army, but also gave him a perfect excuse. Regardless of what the true intention of the old king was, he did mention Yarif's name before he died. The prestige of young Salman in the country was inferior compared to him, even with old Salman's confidant, Itami's help. With his own prestige in the kingdom, his chance of winning was very high. He did not need to face the entire kingdom, he just had to defeat the supporters of young Salman. He took a deep breath, turned his head, then looked at his confidant next to him. How many people are still on our side? The commander of the 36th Mechanized Division is willing to help us, but at the same time, he also expressed his unwillingness to see this country slip into a civil war. Our allies in the kingdom are all on our side, and they promised that as long as we take back Riyadh from the hands of the young Salman, they will recognize you as the new king. Excellent. Yarif nodded. Old Salman died at the perfect time. He happened to be in the barracks of the Celestial Trade Mercenary Force. Now that the advantage was in his hand, the entire Saudi intelligence service combined together would not be able to stop the march of powerful force armed to the teeth. Yarif looked to his confidant next to him and ordered. We'll leave immediately and head to Riyadh. Yes. Jiang Chen was not very worried about the war of succession that took place on the other side of the world. As long as Yarif could summon the courage for this leap of faith, victory was within his grasp. It was not because of Jiang Chen's overconfidence, but rather, the opponent was too weak. The country's national defense budget accounted for more than 10% of GDP, and with the world's third-ranked military expenditure, the troops the country trained was inferior compared to some third-world countries. Before Saudi Arabia showcased its army to the world, everyone thought the country was seeking peace and unwilling to show its true strength. However, when Saudi sent its army to Yemen in 2015 and was a part of the 150,000-strong force made up of 10 nations, they thought they could easily crush the Houthi armed forces into the sea in minutes. The result was a slap in the face. In short, Saudi Arabia's military power could not be just described as weak. Fully equipped with UA equipment, combined with the support of Hua long-range missiles, factored in complete air superiority, their prince and the highest commander were killed in succession. The result was that they not only lost a lot of equipment, the force was even forced to retreat and lost control of a few towns in the process, and those towns were still not recovered even till today. The Houthi armed forces were also probably confused, did the Saudi force come to seek trouble or send aid? Against such a force, with the mercenary force trained by celestial trade at his disposal, Yerif could use just one hand, and probably not use his eyes to beat the enemy. But what was certain is that the ownership of the throne will undoubtedly change the future of the entire Middle East. Moscow, Kremlin. A document was placed on Putin's desk. A similar report was sent through the Russian embassy in Xi'an a long time ago. The Kremlin also held many meetings to discuss the plan to colonize Himalaya by celestial trade. There was actually only one point of contention, and that was what benefits Russia could gain from this plan. The prospects for the colonization of Himalaya and the feasibility study report. Ostapenko, what do you think? Putin looked at the director of the Russian Federal Space Agency who just entered the office, placed the document in his hands down, then leaned back into his chair. Since Russia joined the Earth Defense Alliance, Ostapenko found that his visits to the Kremlin had become much more frequent. If he used to be excited about getting closer and closer to the power center, now it had turned into a burden for him. The Russian executives realized the importance of the space industry, believed that a new era was dawning, and placed high expectations on him. However, with more and more budgets, he felt more and more powerless. Fortunately, the gentleman in front of him was not impatient with his slow progress. With the president's direct inquiry, he thought carefully for a moment, then spoke. If you are asking me about the need to colonize Himalaya, I think this is of course necessary for Russia. According to the description of Himalaya in the document, the methane reserves there are extremely rich, exceeding 100 times the methane reserves of the entire Siberia region, and the methane there even formed liquid river. However, Putin raised an eyebrow. It is precisely because Himalaya is so valuable, I don't understand why celestial trade chose to bring it to the table. Ostapenko sighed. Envoy-class starship is already cruising in the Kuiper Belt. Although it is cruising under the name of the Earth Defense Alliance, we know very well that only they can do it. In fact, with their strength, they can completely digest this moon by themselves. This will not be more difficult than colonizing Mars. Ostapenko paused for a moment and continued with hesitation. I'm not maliciously speculating about our allies, but I really want to know, why are they doing this? Why is celestial trade doing this? The question not only bothered the Russians, but it also confused the people in Hua. The prospects for the colonization of Himalaya and the feasibility study report. In Shangjing, the same document was placed in the hands of a man who also contemplating like Putin. From the moment Lunar City was built, the Hua Aerospace Group had worked tirelessly to shorten the technological gap with future heavy industries. However, with the successive launching of the Seagull class and Envoy class, the scientists who fought in the forefront not only felt powerless but also hopeless. The plan to colonize Himalaya, which celestial trade could complete by itself, and the generosity for cooperation made the Allies surprised. In this elegantly decorated office, a man in military uniform looked through the documents repeatedly for a long time. At this time, there was a knock on the door. Come in. Wu Changfeng, the former Major General of the Hua Army, the Minister of the Second Department of the General Staff, and the current representative of Hua at the Earth Defense Alliance Committee, came in. Perhaps it was his illusion, but the man in military uniform always felt that Major General Wu looked much younger than before. Is it because of work? People do say that work can make you feel younger. The man thought of this and shook his head with a smile. I have been in this position for so many years, and I have worked a lot for this country. I did not feel young at all. Rather, I grew more white hairs. Chief, are you looking for me? Wu Changfeng asked after a military salute. Space Colonization Summit will be held in Celestial City on April 1st, Little Lu and you will attend this meeting on behalf of the country. I chatted with Little Lu just now, and now I want to ask you for your opinion. Little Lu was Lu Wei, another representative of Hua in the Earth Defense Alliance Committee. He was the same rank as Wu Changfeng, but he was from a different force, Navy. After he carefully organized the thoughts in his head, Wu Changfeng replied cautiously. It's rare for celestial trade to throw out an olive branch. My suggestion is that we should try our best to catch their ride. From the perspective of Himalayas resources, as long as celestial trade can solve the transportation cost problem, we at least don't have to worry about the Himalayas project losing money. In fact, his real thought was that even if the project lost money, it was best to catch this ride. When the future development prospects were not clear, the best choice was to follow the people who understand. It was best to disregard how much the country could improve, but at least Hua could see the future prospects. Lu Wei is even more radical than you. He thinks that even if he loses his pants, he has to follow. The man smiled and said in a gentle but majestic voice. Actually, I meant the same. Wu Changfeng added the sentence in his mind but did not say it out loud. Until now, he hadn't figured out what the person above wanted. Not long ago, celestial trade defeated Hua's imaginary enemy, the UA. However, he did not feel the obvious joy from the above, but rather, the reaction had been incredibly peaceful. Perhaps this had to do with his complicated sense of belonging. When Celestial Trade and Future Group has grown to its massive size today, many people realize their negligence and what kind of monster they released. Now that this monster has swallowed their enemy, what was the monster going to do next? My thoughts are the same, the man slowly said. After Wu Changfeng heard those words, he breathed a sigh of relief. With this man's agreement, there was no obstacle left. After a pause, the man in military uniform continued. The development of space technology is the general trend and the only way we can save ourselves. The crisis 20.5 light-years away is on the way, and it is likely that it has already reached our doorstep. This is a challenge and an opportunity. But I'm still a little unsettled. I just explained a task to Lu Wei, now I'll repeat it to you. If they need people, give them people. If they need money, give them money. You can go negotiate with celestial trade. I have only one request, and that is to place our national flag on the land of Himalaya. For participation in Himalaya's colonization, I very much agree with the plan. But, you have to pay attention to one thing for me. I always feel that celestial trade is hiding something from us. When Wu Changfeng heard the man's words, he was slightly stunned, then said with hesitation. Are you worried that celestial trade will be detrimental to us? The man didn't answer and just stared into Wu Changfeng's eyes. After a long time, he spoke slowly. This is my task for you. In the deep and gloomy darkness, a sleek-looking survey ship slowly approached the dead planet. Long before the outbreak of the XNUA war, the Himalaya colonial plan had just started. This survey ship set off from Celestial City and brought more than 20 colonists and colonial units to Himalaya to establish an outpost of human civilization on Jupiter. From above, this moon was more beautiful than imagined. The hydrocarbons that extended for more than 620 miles were like fluffy cotton balls as they covered the planet like a veil. A huge, clear lake decorated the south pole of Himalaya. The area of this lake was much larger than Lake Ontario in North America. It looked like a sea from the distance that emitted a blue halo under the chaotic atmosphere. The female astronaut with black hair gently touched the transparent window with her finger while the beautiful planet was reflected in her pupils. It was probably the first time that humans examined this place at such a close distance, rather than through the lens of a probe or an astronomical telescope. So beautiful. Is this the Sea of Himalaya? She stared at the moon for a long time, then said softly with emotion. The sea of -200 degrees Celsius. Although it is flowing, it is definitely not water, but liquid methane or ethane. An astronaut about 30 or 40 years old walked to her with his helmet in his hands. He then also gazed at the moon with fascination in his eyes. This will become an outpost for human civilization to conquer Jupiter, and we are fortunate enough to be the ones writing this history. With that, he patted her on the shoulder. Get ready to land. Go to the hibernation cabin. As the survey ship slowed down gradually, it finally entered the orbit of Himalaya. 3 probes were dropped from the ship and descended to the surface of Himalaya. The acceleration of gravity is 0.062 meters squared per second. Atmospheric data survey is completed, the nitrogen content is 94%, the methane content is, the surface temperature is minus 180 degrees Celsius. The 3rd probe landed successfully. The analysis of the best landing point is complete, and guidance is in progress. Everyone was already inside the hibernation cabin and closed their eyes. The survey ship orbited Himalaya 3.5 times, and then dropped the colonial unit located in the front half of the ship's hull and landed into the thin atmosphere. Without oxygen, naturally, there was no splendid spark. The colonial unit hit the ground hard and sent debris high up. In the Celestial Trade Space Command Center 700 million kilometers away, people jumped up, cheered, and high-fived as they celebrated the advancement of several astronomical units outside the boundaries of human civilization. It would not be long before human civilization could reach the Type II civilization in the Kardashev scale, or the so-called stellar civilization. By that time, humans would rule the entire solar system. We made it. Now what you see on the outside is Himalaya, which is more than 700 million kilometers away from Earth. It may become 800 million or more after some time, but who cares? There is an atmosphere here, but it is not dense, and it is made up mostly of nitrogen. The colonial unit is functioning well, the energy reserves are full, and the oxygen supply is okay. The next step is to send an all-terrain rover to investigate the terrain and resource distribution of Himalaya. Ho Tao, how much more time do you need? The man roared into the radio, and soon there was a response from the other side. Checking the hydraulic stabilization system. I'll be done soon. Give me 5 minutes. This lucky guy. The astronaut cussed under his breath, then turned his head around and focused back on the camera. Based on the rules, we drew straws to decide who will be the first to step on Himalaya. Although it's not as significant as the first person stepping on the Moon and Mars, it's not a small honor either. I will change the camera to the rover after this, and Ho Tao will continue to record. After the astronaut finished the last sentence, he tapped a few buttons on the touchpad and ended the video recording. Based on the colonial propaganda strategy of celestial trade, all colonial activities would be recorded into videos and sent to Celestial City Space Command Center for backup, edited by professionals and published on the official website, and made available to the rest of the society to play, download, and comment. In order to ensure the quality of the recording, a retired reporter, or an experienced professional in film-related industries was on each colonial ship. Although there were still many differences between this survey ship and the colonial ship, as the landing here was only regarded as a colonial outpost. But after all, it was the first time they landed in Himalaya and thus it was significant. The survey ship also brought a reporter from Xi'an Broadcasting Corporation with 3 years of experience. The screen quickly switched to the all-terrain rover. The 25-year-old astronaut put on his helmet, gestured excitedly in front of the camera with a peace sign, and then pressed the red button on the control interface. It was his first colonial mission and he trained at the Astronaut Training Center on Ange Island. He had been preparing for this day for more than a year, so he was thrilled at this moment. Followed by the sound of air leaking, the door of the buffer compartment slowly opened, and the rover accelerated to this unknown land. The whole planet was very dark, as the light from the sun was already weak. Instead, Jupiter looked brighter. The places illuminated by the vehicle lights were gray-white or gray-black soil, and the other places were just darkness. Soon, he arrived at the first inspection site, a lake not far from the colony's outpost, which was the landing site of the second probe. This lake was not big, at least compared to the big lake at the south pole of Himalaya. The probe floated in the middle of the lake, which made recovery quite difficult, so the colonists decided to ignore it for the time being. After the astronaut named Ho Tao parked the all-terrain rover not far from the lake, he jumped out of the vehicle and walked carefully to the lake. Unlike Mars, the gravity here was very low, and he had to be cable restrained on the vehicle to prevent the situation where he could not get down if he jumped with too much force. Hydrocarbons were in a gas form on Earth, but they appeared as a liquid on the freezing, bitter surface of Himalaya. The liquid mixture of methane-ethane was less viscous than water, and if someone stroked their hand across the lake of Himalaya, they would not feel the same resistance as water. All in all, it was a wonderful and unique experience, but it was best not to keep his hand in it for too long. Even if the spacesuit designed by Celestial Trade used very advanced thermal insulation materials, the heat loss caused by the cryogenic fluid would still cause a lot of load on the spacesuit's constant temperature system. Ho Tao squatted down by the lake, took out the sampler from the toolbox, quickly collected about 200 milliliters of the liquid in the lake, and then stuffed it into the sample storage box of the vehicle. These liquids would be brought back to the colonization unit for analysis to determine the hydrocarbon composition and content ratio in the lake. Immediately afterward, he collected about 20 soil samples and planted flags with numbers on the ground. These soil samples were very helpful for understanding the geological environment and resource distribution of Himalaya, and it would be their task in the next while. The head of the outpost received the video data from the rover, edited some information, then sent the data back to Earth. After Ho Tao finished all the tasks, he rode the rover back to the buffer compartment of the outpost. As the cabin was emptied and refilled with air, he jumped off the car and walked into the disinfection room. The radiation residue is normal. The number of microbial attached, During the inspection of microbial residues, Ho Tao unexpectedly discovered that there were tiny microbial residues on the soles of his shoes. What is this? However, just when he wanted to further study what this microbial was, he found that the bacteria on the soles of the feet has lost their activity through the microbiological tester. On the second day after the colonial cabin was operational, Celestial Trade released the video of landing on Himalaya on its official website. Although the netizens were all familiar with Celestial Trade's dark technology, no matter how many times they watched it, they still found it similar to watching a sci-fi movie, and they never get tired of watching. The probe's drop-down first captured the entire process of the colonial unit's landing. When the netizens around the world saw the silver-white unit landing on the surface of Himalaya, they shared the same amazement. Celestial Trade has begun to colonize Himalaya. Where is Himalaya? My sense of direction is not very good. In short, it is farther than Mars. Of course. My God, I just want to know how many years they need before they leave the solar system. I bet 50 years. 50 years is too long. I bet on 20 years. Then the video played the rover driving out of the colony, and a scientific researcher wearing a spacesuit jumped out of the vehicle to complete a series of sampling tasks. It was the first time Celestial Trade made a video of research activities at such close range available on its official site. It was not only netizens and astronomy enthusiasts all over the world who followed this video, some professional organizations such as ESA, NASA, and Russian Aerospace Agency also closely followed this video. Especially the excluded ESA. There were very few countries in Europe that joined the Earth Defense Alliance, and this feeling of being excluded made many people feel a deep sense of uneasiness. Especially those aerospace workers who fought on the front line. They were well aware of the negative impact this will have on the development of European aerospace technology, and they also knew that Europe was gradually disconnecting with the rest of the world. However, the decision of the few people could not be influenced by scientific researchers. Celestial Trade has begun to colonize Himalaya. Didn't they just land on Mars not long ago? Hell, can they digest such a big project? I don't know about that, but I heard that Celestial Trade's colonization plan also invited other members of the Earth Defense Alliance to join. What? I have asked the European Commission more than once to seriously consider the necessity of joining the Earth Defense Alliance, whether it is to cope with the crisis together or from the perspective of development. But I haven't received any response yet. Damn it, what are those idiots thinking? Only God knows. Just as the Himalaya outpost was established, the space elevator built at Mars' equator was finally completed. The 17,000-kilometer-high space elevator was only half the size of the one on Earth. With the engineering experience of the one built in Xi'an and on the Moon, this space elevator only took 10 months to complete. Abundant carbon resources provided a huge amount of raw materials for the graphene production line. The long and narrow graphene pipeline that protruded from the universe down to the ground was then connected to the square base station and railroad tracks. They connected the colony 10 kilometers away, as well as remote observation stations and mining stations. A rail transit network that extended from the ground to the sky started to unfold. Although this large network still looked a bit small, it would one day spread throughout every corner of this planet as interstellar colonization continued to expand. At this moment, a Seagull-class transport ship slowly approached the fiery red planet from deep space. The 8 mechanical arms used as gangways slowly descended and firmly fixed the hull. Accompanied by a soft reminder sound, the faint blue lights in the hibernation room lit up, and the hibernation chambers placed down began to open up one by one. People in different costumes woke up from the hibernation chambers and sat up slowly. They followed the instructions of the attendants and headed to the ship exit. Most of them were immigrants from Earth that came to this land of hope for a new start. At least before they got tired of the endless sea of sand, everything here was so fresh. The man in a suit walked to the gate. While he was waiting for the elevator, he glanced out the window and pursed his lips disapprovingly. This is the spaceport on Mars. Much smaller than the one on Celestial City. Beside him, a Jewish man also dressed in a suit walked closer. The two met on Earth and once jointly invested in a traditional steel plant, but they were on the verge of bankruptcy under the impact of the space smelting industry. Fortunately, the UA joined the Earth Defense Alliance, and after the two negotiated, they sold the factory and took the remaining capital to the Mars colony to try their luck. Small means opportunity. Now the 6x4 specification connection port on Celestial Trade has risen by 1 million Xi'an new dollars, and at this place, you only need to pay freight from Celestial City to Mars. And I have studied that the price of iron ore here is less than 1/3 the price on Celestial City, that cheap. In the future, it will be cheaper. And we will be rich. One day, we will be in Nouveau York. No, in the central of Penglai, we will buy a 500 square meter office as the headquarters of our group. The Jewish businessman waved his fist ambitiously, looked at the planet outside the window, and said in excitement. He was indeed a natural in business. On the other side, there were immigrants in plain clothes. In addition to the immigrants that applied at their own expense, there were also immigrants sent to Mars in the form of staff. Most of them brought their family. Because of the subsidy policy on the colony, they planned to settle here for a long time. A gentle woman held on to her 4-year-old daughter. While a man with scum on his chin and a head full of black hair held on to his daughter's left hand. He looked about 30 years old. The man smiled delightfully as his daughter jumped around, then he leaned down and teased her. "Daudu, remember to hold my hand, don't get lost. If you run around and get lost, the devil worm may eat you." His daughter recalled the one she had seen in the museum, and she quickly showed a frightened expression. But then she noticed the smile on her mother's face and immediately realized that her father was teasing her again. She stuck out her tongue and made a funny face, then turned her head around to look at her mom and ignored her dad. Mom, will we live here in the future?" "That's right. Dad found a new job here, and there is no need to pay rent or save for a down payment. My dear, why are you telling a kid about this? It's our turn to go into the elevator." The man interrupted his wife, gently squeezed his daughter's delicate hand, and walked to the elevator door with his family. There were not only families that decided to settle on Mars, but also tourists that came here for fun. The ticket to Mars was not cheap at this moment, but it still couldn't stop people's enthusiasm for another planet. A traveler with a backpack and a selfie stick in his hand leaned against the floor-to-ceiling window, that revealed Mars and the space elevator as the backdrop, while he posed a peace sign to the phone that recorded. Wow! Mars! I'm here. In the faraway North America, Jiang Chen sunk comfortably in the chair in the office on the top floor of the Empire State Building as he listened to Kelvin's report on Mars. To be honest, Jiang Chen was having the time of his life these past few days, but he still managed to be on top of his work. It was the first time that the Mars flight was made available to the public, and it was the first time the Mars space elevator was used for large-scale transportation of immigrants from Earth since its completion. Prior to this, immigrants landed on Mars mainly through airdrops of one-off colonization units, which was not only wasteful but also inefficient. The second group of immigrants has arrived at the Mars colony. We can give it a name of our heavenly palace city. Jiang Chen leaned back against the chair while he smiled at Kelvin on the other side of the holographic screen, counting the 1,000 celestial trade marines on the surface. The total population of Mars is already 5,000. The blueprint for Heavenly Palace City has been completed, and we can start on the next step. After the completion of the space elevator, the cost of transporting supplies and immigrants to Mars was greatly reduced, and mining of the asteroid belt between Mars and Jupiter was the next step. That region was the most resource-rich region in the entire solar system. Ceres, which possessed abundant water resources, and Vesta, which contained a lot of metal ores, were both located there. Are you in such a hurry? Kelvin hesitated. There will be a conference of Himalaya colony on April 1st. I'm worried that our strides will be too big, and we may not be able to bear it in the end. The colony was like a bottomless pit, and money has to be continuously thrown into it. Until now, the Mars colony was still losing money. Of course, the return on investment was equally astounding. For example, the colony on the Moon, Lunar City, with less than 100,000 residents, almost monopolized half of the world's electricity supply, 80% of the rare earth market, and space tourism projects with an annual output value of tens of billions. Half of the reason why Celestial Trade's Space Department was still insanely profitable despite the heavy losses of the Mars colonialization project could be attributed to the success of the Moon colony. The two sides can be executed at the same time. We don't have much time left. Jiang Chen waved his hand, not to mention that we have brought in other member states, and the financial pressure will not be as great as Mars. If they want to place their flag out there, they can just pay. There are always people who are willing to spend a lot of money. I have something to do in a bit, I'll go now. Okay. Kelvin nodded. Although it seemed strange for the president to hang up in such a hurry, he already finished his report. He had a meeting a few moments later, so he had some preparation to do. Hiss, the moment the holographic screen was turned off, the sound of gurgling accompanied by a slight jitter lasted for about half a minute. Then, everything suddenly became dull. Just now, there was some noise that came from under the desk, and Leslie Garcia, who was in her professional attire, slowly stood up. She took a tissue from the desk elegantly and wiped the corners of her mouth gracefully, just like a noble lady who just finished her meal. Her bright red lips were delicate and dazzling, her eyes were full of passion and seduction, and a fine mist of sweat on her perfect forehead left people with infinite reverie. After she noticed Jiang Chen's gaze, she hugged him around the neck and smiled. How are you feeling? Jiang Chen grinned and teased. You're a quick learner. If she climbed onto Jiang Chen's bed because of family interest before, she now started to enjoy this kind of feeling. For example, the few times after the first time, she was the one that came here, and she didn't even tell her father. This kind of enjoyment did not only come from her physical needs but also her mental needs. Unlike the immature boys in college, she could only enjoy the feeling of being conquered by Jiang Chen, as well as the vanity that ordinary people couldn't satisfy her. It made sense after some thinking. Her dad was a Wall Street banking tycoon. In school, most people looked at her with greed and flattery or bowed their heads in embarrassment. Both the former and the latter made her feel nauseous. But Jiang Chen was different. She could feel that she was like an ant in his eyes. This kind of statement was very strange, but it was what she felt from him. What made her even more surprised was that he could make her feel this way despite being less than 30 years old. "Do you have time in the next few days?" "Sure, what's the matter?" Jiang Chen said lazily while he played with a pen in his hand. "Tomorrow at 8 o'clock in the evening, the Diamond Princess will depart from the island, and the entire North American upper class will be there." With her knees rested on the edge of the seat, she placed her weight on Jiang Chen. Leslie's tongue gently brushed against his neck while her voice carried a hint of cuteness, "Not just people in business and politics, but also things that interest you. Do you want me to go with you?" Jiang Chen raised his eyebrows. Leslie blinked, smiled with her lips closed, and the meaning in her look was self-evident. Since he finished most of the things he had to complete, and there was still more than a week before April, he was free around this time. Therefore, after some deliberation, he was somewhat convinced, but he did not plan to say yes so easily. "It's not impossible," Jiang Chen smirked, and slapped her, "but it depends on your performance. Do you still have energy?" Leslie raised an eyebrow. She sounded slightly surprised in her provocative tone. "How do you know if you don't try?" There was a look of seduction in her eyes as she stopped speaking, glanced to the door, then reached for the button on her lower abdomen. A cruise ship set sail from the island at the port of Upper Bay. The dazzling neon gleamed on the ship, with the lights of Nouveau York as the backdrop. The ship slowly sailed towards the estuary. Not far away, the torch was held high in the hands of the Statue of Freedom with a copper-yellow flame reignited and faintly glowed in the night. This flame was a gift from Xian to the Trump administration, which symbolized the long-term and hard-won peace between the two countries. Because the flame was mixed with special fluorescent materials, the torch could even be vaguely seen in the dark night. As one of the top 15 most luxurious cruise ships in the world, Diamond Princess was the largest luxury cruise ship with the most complete facilities in the world-famous cruise brand Princess series fleet. It was just like a five-star hotel floating on the sea. The cruise ship was built with a total of 1,337 cabins, of which 748 cabins included private balconies. Visitors could directly enjoy the beautiful sea without leaving the comfort of their room. At this moment, on the deck of the cruise ship, guests in formal or evening dress held champagne in their hands. They gathered in large and small circles while they chattered with each other. From the luxury of the banquet, it seemed to be higher than the one held by the B-City Consortium, but in terms of the quality of the participants, it was much inferior. That person is the chairman of the Princeton Group, one of the top 500 global companies with a market value of hundreds of billions of dollars. The person over there is Jelinek, the major shareholder and CEO of Costco Group, and he is also a shareholder in several tech startups. Leslie noticed Jiang Chen yawn. She grinned and then chuckled. "Of course, none can compare to you. They can't even compare with your father." Jiang Chen smiled. Jiang Chen didn't use his real name this time, but rather boarded the cruise ship as Leslie's guest, and half of his face was covered by a pair of sunglasses. Because the surname Garcia weighed enough, the security did not check his identity and his presence did not attract anyone's attention. "Not exactly," Leslie's bright red lips closed, then she smiled. $5 billion is the threshold for this party, but there are also billionaires worth hundreds of billions. This kind of banquet is not formal at all. You can see that people are not here to do business, but mainly for. Jiang Chen raised an eyebrow. "For pleasure," Leslie smiled slightly, raised her chin and pointed at the man with a girl on each arm, in other words, to alleviate their physical needs. Jiang Chen laughed and did not answer. But the meaning in his eyes was very clear. If this banquet was just that, it was not enough to attract him. "If you are not interested in these appetizers, there will be an auction soon. I bet there will be something you like in it." "For example?" Jiang Chen asked with a smile. "Arts, cultural relics, deeds to mansions, company shares, even people. Jiang Chen raised his eyebrows. "This is an open secret of the upper class. Generally, This kind of auction will be set up for banquets with a capital threshold of more than $5 billion. Of course, if you dislike it, just curious. With a light smile, Jiang Chen said, by the way, I always wanted to ask, what are they celebrating? The Sundax Group won the bid for the Bering Strait Expressway project. It's a huge project worth hundreds of billions of dollars. It is indeed worth celebrating. Leslie smiled. As early as more than a century ago, a French engineer first proposed the bold idea of building an undersea tunnel under the Bering Strait. However, the plan was difficult to implement, not to mention the tense diplomatic relations between Russia and the UA. Of course, this project was not that difficult today. The breakthrough of graphene materials and nanoceramic technology made this kind of millennial project a possible reality. Since the UA joined the Earth Defense Alliance, the newly established Trump government has also actively repaired diplomatic relations with other member states. 80% of global geopolitical crises seem to have disappeared, followed by the decline of the UA hegemony. Thus, the grand plan to connect Eurasia with North America was put on the agenda. This 103-kilometer-long undersea tunnel spanned the Bering Strait. After the most recent diplomatic meeting between the UA and Russia, the heads of the two countries immediately agreed on the plan. After the meeting, they announced to jointly build this millennial project. More than 500 companies would participate in the bidding of the project, and eventually more than 50 companies would win the bid. Jiang Chen seemed to recall this event. Xia Xiyu mentioned to him a few days ago that future heavy industries would provide steel, corrosion-resistant cement and graphene building materials for this tunnel in the future. And in the last meeting with Trump, he also mentioned it. As for the money to fund the project, it was easy to solve. Future Bank recently increased its holding of the UA Treasury bonds by $600 billion. The Supreme Court's judgment on Morgan and the Rockefeller Group also helped the Trump administration to obtain trillions of dollars in assets. The event could be regarded as a blessing in disguise for the ill-fated president. It was no exaggeration to say that he was definitely the richest president in the country's history. There was never a president who could spend so much on infrastructure without having to worry about the budget. While Jiang Chen chatted with Leslie and tasted the red wine, he suddenly seemed to see a familiar figure in the crowd. However, when he was about to take a closer look, that figure disappeared. He frowned slightly, but at this moment, there was a discordant voice. Leslie, this is your boyfriend? Indian? Or Mexican? Oh, my God, don't tell me he is Asian. The woman said in an exaggerated voice, with a slight sneer at the corner of her mouth. Jiang Chen turned his head slightly and looked to that side. A woman who wore a silver-white dress while holding a male guest's arm walked towards him and Leslie. The bottom of the skirts was dotted with silver light, which seemed to be diamonds, and looked expensive. The male guest looked familiar, but Jiang Chen couldn't recall his face, but that was not the issue. Jiang Chen instantly understood what happened, so he gave Leslie a meaningful look. The latter glanced at him with some guilty conscience and quickly explained in a quiet voice. Elsa Griffin, the youngest daughter of the Griffin family. His father is the chairman of Wachovia Bank. If I guessed correctly, you have some feud with her, am I right? Jiang Chen said with an expression between smiling and not smiling. Sorry, I really didn't know she would be here too. His father and my father have some feuds, and our relationship is not great. Leslie looked at Jiang Chen carefully, then nervous said, Leslie wanted to explain something, but Elsa was already walking towards them. From the way she stared at Leslie, the flicker in those eyes was obvious. She obviously didn't come here with friendly intentions. My dear Leslie, don't you plan to introduce your boyfriend to me? Elsa crossed her arms in front of her chest, smiled with her lips closed, then examined Jiang Chen, who was enjoying his wine, from head to toe. There was a look of contempt but that quickly disappeared in her eyes. Long time no see, your taste still seems to not have gotten better. Because Jiang Chen wore sunglasses and the light was dim, she did not see who sat there. In fact, even without sunglasses and dim light, it was not easy for her to recognize Jiang Chen. It was difficult for people of different race to recognize someone from another race, let alone it was rare for an important individual to sit in the corner and drink alone. If this person was indeed influential, there would be countless people around him. Miss Griffin, Leslie took a deep breath, looked at Elsa coldly, and there was a glamorous but standoffish curvature formed with the corner of her lips turned up. I have no time to argue with you today. Don't be so cold, it's rare for us to meet at a banquet, Elsa said with a smile. While there was no verbal confirmation at this moment, there was clearly sparks forming between the two women's eyes. This is my business card. Elsa's companion smiled and nodded at Jiang Chen politely, handed out a gold-plated business card to him, then said in a gentle tone, I hope we can have a good chat in the future. Berkeley Lewis, president of Dream Real Estate. When Jiang Chen saw the name on the business card, he had a sudden look of realization. He thought this person looked familiar, and now he finally recalled where he had seen him. About 3 or 4 years ago, at the charity gala in Penglai City, Jiang Chen happened to encounter this man. He had pestered Emma, so Jiang Chen helped Emma and made Berkeley make a fool of himself at the banquet. Then defeated, Berkeley returned to Los Santos. He didn't know what happened afterwards to make the man who spent all his energy on women and alcohol to turn out like this. Although the disdain and arrogance in his eyes could not be concealed, at least he learned to be humble and polite on the surface, and even managed to befriend Miss Griffin. If he recalled correctly, the family name of Lewis could only be considered as a nouveau riche name. Jiang Chen glanced at the business card between Berkeley's fingers, then just responded with a smile and did not accept it. The outstretched hand was frozen in the air, and there was a flash of anger in Berkeley's eyes. However, he quickly hid the emotion behind his smile mixed with contempt and mockery, then put the card back into his inner pocket. It seems that it is the first time Miss Leslie's little boyfriend is meeting this circle. It is excusable to not understand the etiquette of the upper class. Elsa looked at Jiang Chen with a hint of disdain in her eyes. Let's go, Berkeley. Standing with boring people will make the air worse. Okay, my dear Miss Elsa. Berkeley Lewis took a long look at Jiang Chen, then followed Elsa and left the corner of the banquet. Leslie was finally relieved after her nemesis left. Although her original intention was to see Elsa suffer a defeat in front of Jiang Chen, the impatient and annoyed look on Jiang Chen clearly said that he did not plan to intervene in their feud. Leslie quickly sensed this and did not respond to the provocation. The latter also left with a lack of interest after receiving no response. While Leslie watched Elsa leave, she noticed that Jiang Chen's eyes were on Berkeley, so she whispered. Berkeley Lewis, a nouveau riche from C State, Elsa's third boyfriend this year, maybe fourth. Although he has no abilities, his father ranks in the top 30 on Forbes. Dream Real Estate is also one of the top real estate developers in C State, mainly targeting overseas immigrants, especially those from Hua. I know, his father seems to be a shareholder of Warner Brothers. Jiang Chen chuckled. Do you know him? Leslie was slightly surprised. We spoke a few words before, obviously he didn't recognize me. After he placed the glass on the table, he stood up and discarded the unpleasantness that just happened behind him. He paused for a moment, and then said, let's go and see what's good at the auction. Miss Leslie hurriedly stood up. If her classmates were here, they would definitely be surprised. The third daughter of the Garcia family, who had always been like the flower blooming in the high mountains, aloof and standoffish, actually looked respectfully to a man. Under the spotlight, it was difficult to be invisible, and the established consortium had long learned to keep a low profile after the early days. Not only old consortia like B City Consortium, many families with savings also learned to put their wealth in different types of funds, offshore accounts, and shell companies. It did not affect the control of the wealth while at the same time, hid it to obtain tax exemptions in the name of charity, especially the heinous inheritance tax. Since the world's real richest people turned invisible, who took their seats? It was Bill Gates, Warren Buffett, and other middle-class billionaires that took this false name, and this situation made both the real and fake rich equally happy. For example, Leslie's father Otto Garcia possessed assets worth more than $100 billion, but he did not show up on the Forbes wealthiest list. For another example, Jiang Chen himself, other than a few years ago where his name was on the top of the list, he had bought Forbes magazine to remove him from the list. After all, the string of zeros attracted too much attention. The auction was held in the conference hall on the top floor. Guests in formal attire entered the venue one after another as they took their seats in accordance to their numbers. In Nouveau York, the family name of Garcia still carried some weight, and Leslie's seats was near the front. After she walked in on Jiang Chen's arm, she suddenly noticed an annoying figure. It was Elsa and her companion, Mr. Lewis, who sat not far from them. Elsa sensed Leslie's gaze, turned her head and responded with a confrontational look. "They are really on our tails." Leslie cursed under her breath, then no longer looked to that direction. "Leslie is a bit weird today." After Elsa turned her head around, she took her makeup from her bag and added some more to her delicate face. "Normally, there is no way she'd be so polite with me." Berkeley Lewis sat there, and his mind seemed to be a little absent as he didn't even hear what his female companion said. Just now, he suddenly saw a figure that lingered even in his dream. "Berkeley? Are you listening to me?" Elsa glared at her boyfriend, dissatisfied, and there was a tone of suspiciousness in her voice. Berkeley quickly recovered from his dazed state, smiled, and calmly focused back on his girlfriend and softly comforted her. "Sorry, I was thinking about something." While he sweetly coaxed his girlfriend, Berkeley's mind was no longer here. After he glanced over the backless evening gown inadvertently, he suddenly had an idea. Chapter 1509. You could do this. Why don't we just call the police? Emma Watson felt uncomfortable with the billionaires around her and felt that she was out of place. After all, she was just a celebrity that was somewhat well known, and she got here with the help of Future Group. The old lady who sat next to her seemed very calm. Her name was Evelyn Isabella and she was the president of the International Children's Rescue Organization. The reason why she was here was that the International Children's Rescue Organization received a message from enthusiasts that a group of children in urgent need of assistance would be auctioned on the Diamond Princess, and Emma Watson herself was a member of the women's rights organization, and she was a close friend with Evelyn Isabella, so Emma accompanied her to participate in the auction. "Don't say that, Miss Watson," Evelyn Isabella said softly. "The law can't do anything to them, let alone the police." "Why?" Emma had to ask the question that bothered her. "All the sins are concealed under the glamorous evening gowns. You cannot accuse a caring rich man of helping the orphans without evidence. Not to mention the proceeds of the auction to the orphanage, and all the orphans' custody will be used for a charitable foundation to help more war orphans. The auction is in the name of charity, at least nominally." At this point, the elderly Ms. Isabella let out a soft sigh, and the wrinkles on the corner of her eyes seemed to grow deeper. "This is the rule of the game. Neither you nor I have the ability to destroy it. Think about it, even a former president and her husband are involved in this. Compared to her, our voice is insignificant. What we can do is just try to photograph it and entrust it to a trustworthy relief agency." Emma was silent as she lowered her head. It was unclear what went on in her head. The auction soon began. The first piece of art to be exhibited was a painting from the Renaissance. The original owner was a collector, but his business had run into some issues, so he had to part with his love for the sake of additional capital. From the collection value of this work, the painting was certainly worth it. But there were enough artworks in his mansion in Coral Island, and they filled almost every single wall. Jiang Chen put one leg over his knee and just sat there. He did not join the bids but just paid attention to the sold price. After several rounds of intense bidding, this painting was won by an old man about 50 years old for $50 million. The few items on display later were either some ancient cultural relics or works of art left by famous artists. Because there was nothing that interested him, Jiang Chen only raised his sign symbolically a few times, but when he saw the price go up too high, he did not participate further. The auction continued. Halfway through the auction, the light on the podium dimmed slightly. The audience stopped their whisper one after another, and everyone seemed to sit up. By convention, when the auction was halfway through, a significant item would be featured. Jiang Chen noticed that many people's eyes flashed with excitement. Obviously, they already knew. The host cleared his throat and spoke. The next thing that will be auctioned is something unique. To be precise, it is not an item, but our love. An orphanage in the Virgin Islands, with a total of 100 children from war zones. Most of them are from Syria, but some are from the Balkans and Ukraine. On the big screen, in the photo was a group of girls who looked as pure and lovely as angels. Their complexions were fine, obviously, they were well-conditioned, and even received a certain level of education. They didn't look like they went through the pain of being refugees, nor did they seem to be battered by war. Many people in the audience whispered in excitement. The host continued to speak. Along with the orphanage, the custody rights of the children and the land deeds of the island where the orphanage is located will also be auctioned. The proceeds from the auction will be donated to the War Orphans Relief Foundation to help more people in need. I hope that the auction winner can shoulder the responsibility of the caregiver and raise the children to adulthood. The price starts at $10 million, and the minimum price increase is $1 million. The auction begins. 20 million. Almost as soon as the auction started, someone raised their placard and the price instantly doubled. Charity auction. Jiang Chen glanced at the Germanic man holding the placard next to him, as well as the excitement that flashed in his eyes. He felt that there was something deeper here. 20 million once, is there still 50 million? 50 million once. Jiang Chen looked slightly surprised. There were only 2 rounds of bidding, and the value of this orphanage had already surpassed the previous Renaissance painting. He hadn't noticed before that the moguls on Wall Street were so kind. Emma, who sat not far away, put down the sign she was about to raise with a complicated expression. $50 million was already beyond the price she could bear. Ms. Isabella, who sat next to her, sighed and expressed her powerlessness in such a crazy bidding war. Are you not going to make a bid? Leslie looked at Jiang Chen who sat next to her, then smiled with her lips closed. I thought you would be interested. Jiang Chen leaned back on the chair and asked nonchalantly. Why do you think I would be interested in charity? Charity? Leslie glanced at Jiang Chen with surprise in her eyes and she said somewhat unexpectedly, do you really think this is a charity auction? If not, remember what I told you earlier? Leslie smiled. It's not just the artworks and mansions that are sold at the auction. Jiang Chen took a moment to process the information, but then a look of realization appeared in his eyes. Through Leslie's meaningful smile, he immediately understood the message. You could do this. That's an interesting way to operate. Jiang Chen looked at the photos displayed on the projector with interest, then raised his eyebrows with intrigue. Interesting. The Virgin Islands was an unincorporated territory of the UA, and the orphanage built on this island was equivalent to being in a lawless state. This reminded him of the report that ghost agents had only investigated not long ago, about the Clintons and the Lolita flight story. After several rounds of fierce bidding, the price of this orphanage had gone up to $350 million. This price finally made the interested buyers start to reconsider whether this choice was worth it. Many of the hands that went to raise their placards also stayed down because of hesitation. While many people here were worth tens of billions of dollars, the liquidity in their hands could not support them to just spend hundreds of millions of dollars casually. At this time, Jiang Chen raised his placard. 400 million. The people present all let out a gasp. Although many billionaires gathered here, not many were willing to spend 1/10 of their liquidity on this. The eyebrows of the billionaire next to Jiang Chen twitched and looked at him in surprise. After a moment of hesitation, he painfully wrote the number 500 million on the sign. 500 million. The atmosphere of the auction was instantly pushed to the climax. Even the host was stunned for 3 seconds before he recovered and continued to shout. 500 million. Oh my God, the price is unbelievable. 500 million going once, 600 million. Oh, God will reward you for your kind deeds, thank you, generous friend. With how calm Jiang Chen looked, the billionaire next to him was no longer calm in his mind. He couldn't even help but wonder if this guy was here to create trouble. After all, with how young he looked, he didn't look like someone rich. Perhaps Leslie Garcia, who sat next to him, could afford this, but her father would never allow her to spend $600 million at an auction. Elsa and her companion Mr. Berkeley Lewis also looked to this direction in surprise. Elsa was clearly aware of Leslie's situation. $600 million was well beyond the range of funds Leslie controlled, and they were very similar in this regard. Could I have misjudged the situation? The man next to her is actually a billionaire who is hiding his identity. And his net worth is in the 10 billion and above range. Elsa frowned as she began to consider the different possibilities, but she couldn't recall such a young Chinese billionaire in Nouveau York. A subtle sense of uneasiness appeared in her mind. Emma Watson, who sat not far away, also looked to Jiang Chen's direction with surprise in her eyes. She stared at the familiar face in a daze. She never expected to run into him here. And what made her even more surprised, or rather, shocked, was the type of person he is. Don't be too discouraged, Ms. Isabella patted Emma on the shoulder and said in a quiet voice, we have tried our best. I will try to negotiate with the auction winner, to the best that, Emma nodded, but her emotion was complicated at this moment. Although the exaggerated sunglasses almost covered half of his face, she still recognized him. She would rather believe that she was wrong because she always had a good impression of him and thought he was a good person. Unexpectedly, he was no different from these beasts disguised behind their wealth and appearance. The thought shook the figure in her mind. The auction was over. Emma got up and went to the platform outside. Ms. Isabella went backstage to see if she could negotiate with the buyer and persuade him to send the children to an actual shelter. Although they were well aware of the fact that the possibility was slim to none since it was $600 million after all. Miss Watson, we meet again. Just then, a familiar and annoying voice came from behind her. Emma Watson turned her head, and when she saw the face of Berkeley Lewis, she immediately took 2 steps back in disgust. It seems that you haven't forgotten me. Berkeley Lewis smiled, I'm flattered. Please don't use such a misleading statement, Mr. Lewis, Emma said with coldness as she slightly raised her chin and then said, if I remember correctly, your father should have warned you to stay away from me. Please don't be so nervous, I just came to apologize to you today. Apologize? Emma frowned. For my rudeness when we first met, Berkeley said politely, as an apology, I wonder if I would be lucky enough to buy you a drink? When the auction was only 1/3 of the way through, he had already come outside. Elsa was going to visit the protagonist of this banquet, Mr. Eller, the chairman of the Sundax Group, on behalf of her father. I'm not in the mood today, don't bother me, Emma said irritably, as she was about to leave. Don't go in such a hurry. When Berkeley saw Emma was about to leave, he was not ready to give up so easily, so he subconsciously wanted to grab her arm, but his hand was caught halfway by another hand, and he couldn't move an inch forward. Berkeley's face was flushed because of anger, as he looked to the side, enraged. 2 annoying faces appeared in front of him at the same time. At some point, Leslie and her companion had already made their way here. And the one who grabbed his hand was the man beside Leslie. Let go of my hand, Berkeley stared at Jiang Chen, like a snake locked onto its prey, and the disguised politeness was instantly torn apart by his nature at this very moment. He said, 1 word at a time, with hatred and anger, boy, just because you have hopped in bed with the Garcia family, doesn't mean she can protect you from what I'm about to do to you. Can she protect you for the rest of your life? When I get off the boat, I will let you know, Mr. Lewis. It seems you still don't have a good memory. Jiang Chen interrupted Berkeley's speech, smiled lightly, and took off his sunglasses with his other hand. Tell me, what do you want me to know? In an instant, Berkeley's pupils almost shrank to a point. As if he had seen a ghost, all the blood vanished from his face. The shame at the Penglai charity banquet that day spread from his mind to his hands and feet like poison. At this moment, he finally recalled the fear from last time. His hands and feet became cold and he couldn't help but begin to shake. Jiang Chen faintly smelled a pungent odor, glanced at his pants, and saw that the color of the crotch area turned darker, and droplets of liquid ran to the ground through his pants. Jiang Chen pushed away the hand in disgust, then said to Berkeley, who was ghostly white. You have 3 seconds to disappear. If I see you appear in front of me. Before Jiang Chen could finish, Berkeley ran away. Because of panic, he hit the table with his leg when he passed the crowd, and champagne splashed all over him. Finally, in the countless eyes full of surprise and contempt, he crawled out of the banquet hall. As for Elsa, and the task his dad gave him to pick up this girl, were no longer his priorities. Now, his top priority was to get out of Nouveau York as fast as possible and return to Los Santos. The farther away from that devil, the better. Emma looked at Jiang Chen with a complicated emotion in her eyes. The latter noticed her sight, put on his sunglasses again, and smiled. Just now, she confirmed that it was indeed Jiang Chen who had won the auction for that orphanage. She didn't understand why he is doing this and didn't want to believe that Jiang Chen was that kind of person, so after she hesitated for a moment, she finally asked the question that had bothered her. That orphanage, what are you going to use it for? Leslie looked at Ms. Watson in surprise. Typically in a gathering of this level, no one would ask this question out loud. After Jiang Chen noticed Emma's expression, he had guessed she thought, so he laughed. Are you talking about the children in the orphanage? I gave them a job. A job? Yes, do you want to take a look together? After she debated for a moment, she nodded. Jiang Chen put on his wireless earphones and turned on the holographic screen of his watch. After he opened the address book, he dialed a number. As soon as the call was connected, Bernice's voice came from the other side. Hey. Are you free tomorrow? Of course, any instructions? Wait for me at the airport at about 9 o'clock. We're going to the Virgin Islands. Okay. After he hung up, he looked at Emma. If you are interested, wait for me at JFK at 9 o'clock tomorrow morning. After he finished the sentence, he took Leslie to the room on the cruise ship. She is your lover. She is more of a friend. Jiang Chen smiled and patted Leslie on the butt. What? Are you jealous? Jiang Chen certainly wouldn't say that. Hermione was the goddess of his childhood. Part of the reason was the sentimental value that caused him to view Emma Watson positively. However, he would say his feelings towards her were more of an appreciation, and only in the sense of appreciation. It was not his style to act on this feeling. It was more than a challenge to turn a British lady who strongly believed women's rights and public welfare into his lover. Jiang Chen could feel that Miss Hermione still has a good impression of him, but there was still a big gap between this good impression and liking him. Not at all. With a seductive look in her eyes, Leslie looked to Jiang Chen and took his arm. I'm just a little curious. She won't ask questions that shouldn't be asked. Although she was not the most cunning, she still possessed a certain level of understanding. From the beginning, she made her position clear. The third daughter of Garcia's family, and the North American lover of the celestial trade president. The next morning, Emma arrived at JFK International Airport as scheduled. With a feeling of anxiety, in a white dress, she stood at the exit of the special passage of the airport. She glanced around while she checked her watch from time to time. Almost as soon as the hour hand crossed the 9 mark, a Lure car stopped beside her. A blonde woman in a pair of sunglasses and a suit opened the car door and walked to her. Bernice took off her sunglasses and hung them on her collar, then she examined Emma. "Are you Miss Watson?" "Yes, you are." "Bernice, this is my business card." With a business card between her two fingers, Bernice handed it to Emma with swag. "Jiang Chen has something to do today, so he returned back to Xin already." Emma took the business card and took a look. This business card was very interesting. On the black surface, a 6-grid pattern was visible, and if she pressed on it, the image and words could stand up. Except that other than the name Bernice, there was no other information, and Emma didn't even know whether it was her first or last name. In other words, I got stood up. Emma raised an eyebrow and asked with uncertainty in her tone. "Of course not," Bernice said, pulled back her sleeve, then checked the time. "There will be a flight from here to the Virgin Islands in about 20 minutes. If you are interested, you can come with me. I have purchased a first-class ticket for you." Because of her concern for the children, Emma hesitated for a moment but finally nodded. In addition to Bernice, there were also 2 other women in suits that looked like celestial trade employees, but they gave her a unique vibe. They did not seem to be white-collar workers, but they were different than the soldiers with reckless actions. Emma hid all the questions in her mind and boarded with Bernice, the group on the flight to the Virgin Islands. After about an hour's flight, the group got off the plane at the Virgin Islands airport. At the gate of the airport, 2 Lincoln limos awaited them. The old man in a suit and bow tie opened his arms from a distance and greeted them with a warm smile. But Bernice did not hug him. She simply shook his hand and then showed him the relevant documents. "I'm here on behalf of Mr. Jiang Chen, here are the auction voucher and power of attorney." "Okay, Miss Bernice, please follow me." The old man slightly bowed, then invited them to sit in the limo next to him. After they got into the vehicle, they drove on the highway for around an hour, then they switched to a medium-sized yacht at the east bank of the main island, and soon they arrived at the island on the map. There were not many facilities on the island, with only a rustic shipyard, a wooden villa, and an old church. There were towering cliffs on 2 sides of the island, while one side was a beautiful beach. The orphans were placed in the church. The elderly nuns took care of feeding them and corrected their wrong beliefs. In addition, there were people who taught them how to read, math, simple common sense, as well as knowledge that ordinary people didn't need, or rather, positions. After briefing Bernice about the situation on the island, the old man who was responsible for bringing them here bowed slightly and then left with his people. From this moment on, the owner of the island, its facilities, and the more than 100 orphans on the island were transferred from a private charity foundation to Jiang Chen. Because the island operated under the name of a charity, the owner of this island only had to pay $500,000 in fees to the Virgin Islands every year. As for the orphans, since they did not have citizenship in the country, naturally no one cared about them. When they pushed open the door of the church, the orphans were in class. Maybe they noticed the strangers outside, but the little angels all looked to the door curiously. When Emma saw the countless youthful faces, it clearly hit her hard as her expression did not look natural. Bernice did not disturb the class and just talked to the old nun responsible for the place. Then, she made a few calls to Ghost Island before she returned to Emma. "What are you going to do to them?" Emma looked at Bernice and asked. "Since they are sent here, they are destined to be outcasts of the society. The society cannot adapt to them, and they cannot adapt to this society, so we'll give them with another choice," Bernice said. "Choice?" Emma was dazed. "Yes," Bernice nodded and said expressionlessly. "The boss didn't explain how much I can reveal to you, so I can only tell you this. I can assure you that what you are worried about will not happen. We will not go overboard with them. Other than that, that's all I can say." As Emma watched the unmoved face, she swallowed the words she had prepared to persuade her to send these orphans to an actual shelter. "It's still early. If you want, you can go and spend more time with these children for a while." "No need, I came here to confirm their safety, now my goal has been achieved." Emma shook her head and looked at Bernice seriously. Then with pleading in her voice, "I hope you can keep your promise and not do cruel things to them." Bernice nodded. "Of course, I can guarantee this." In order to consolidate the victory of celestial trade in North America, Jiang Chen had supported more than 30 families that spanned from economics to politics and brought almost half of North America's upper class to his own ship. In order to ensure the long-term and stable control of celestial trade over North America, the ghost agents had to expand and penetrate into the different classes and fields in North America. Jiang Chen had thought about this issue for the past while, and the photo he saw at the auction last night suddenly inspired him. It was precisely why he decided to purchase this orphanage. In addition to the more than 100 orphans on the island, in the future, celestial trade would purchase this unknown island from the Virgin Islands. Then, in the name of the charitable foundation and orphanage, orphans from all over the world would be accepted and systematically trained here. This place would become the second ghost island and would serve as an intelligence center for celestial trade in the Western Hemisphere. Of course, Jiang Chen, who was already on the plane, naturally couldn't handle the matter personally. Around 7 o'clock in North America time, he received a call from Kelvin at the Celestial City Space Command Center. There was a major discovery at the outpost in Himalaya. Kelvin didn't explain the significance of this discovery very clearly but only made a conservative estimation. And even the most conservative estimation could lead to a new revolution in the energy sector. Himalaya, in the outpost lab. Researchers, in chemical protective clothing, were in the isolation room and carefully studied the samples in the culture tank. When they were analyzing the soil samples collected from Himalaya, they found a special kind of bacteria in a type of black porous soil. This kind of bacteria was anaerobic and could only survive in a nitrogen environment. But what made it interesting was not the bacteria itself, but the metabolites produced by this kind of bacteria. It was a black lump. Its chemical composition was very complex, composed of a variety of hydrocarbons. The molecules fold into each other and appeared to be an interlaced zigzag spatial structure. Because of this close combination, as far as hydrocarbons were concerned, its density was remarkable, almost twice that of the same volume of water. Incredible! This density is almost the same as Teflon. Aha, the density is 2. This is the first time I have seen such a high-density hydrocarbon. Teflon was also polytetrafluoroethylene, with a density of 2.2, which was the densest of commonly used plastic materials. Based on the standard for hydrocarbons, if something could reach a density twice that of water, it was no exaggeration to describe it as incredible. Did the analysis come out? Just finished. The researcher responsible for the research of this bacteria codenamed MW1 was Wang Zhouping, a former academician of the Hua Academy of Sciences, and a researcher at the Qingdao Institute of Bioenergy. Because of his dissatisfaction with the bureaucracy of his superiors, as well as reasons such as his family and children's education, he finally decided to come to Xi'an as a skilled immigrant. After he immigrated to Xi'an, he quickly passed the interview and received an offer from Celestial Trade. After 6 months of astronaut training, he became an honorable researcher on an outer planetary survey ship. When Wang Zhouping saw the analysis report of the MW1 bacteria, his eyes flashed with excitement. Before he came to Xi'an, his research was focused on new energy storage. Precisely because of this, he knew better than anyone else what the existence of this material meant. If natural gas could be stored in solid form, not only would the cost of transportation and storage be significantly reduced, most importantly, the application of natural gas could be further expanded. Because the main components of this material were similar to alkane compounds, and the color was black, the researchers unanimously decided to call it black alkane. Using methane and ethane as reactants, the metabolite black alkane is generated through a biochemical reaction, and the reaction exotherms the heat needed to sustain life activities of the bacteria. The black alkane itself has a strong thermal insulation effect and fills the rock mass that the loose and porous bacteria is attached to. No wonder this kind of bacteria can survive in an environment with an average temperature of -180 degrees Celsius. Have you seen this chemical formula before? The head of the laboratory, Ho Jun, asked. Never, but theoretically it is possible, Wang Zhoping replied. Ho Jun nodded, looked at the researcher in the isolation room, and said. Test the heat of combustion. Okay. The thumb-sized lumps of black alkane, or the metabolite of the MW1 bacteria, were put into a sealed container by the researcher in chemical protective clothing. Under Ho Jun's instructions, the researchers in the isolation room conducted a total of 3 sets of experiments to determine the reaction of black alkane at different temperatures under 3 conditions: in an oxygen-free, or anaerobic environment, in a normal environment, and in an oxygen-rich, or aerobic environment. The results of the experiment were stunning. It not only shocked the researchers present, but even the people who watched the experiment hundreds of millions of kilometers away could not help but utter voices of amazement. In an aerobic environment, it can be directly used as fuel. The black alkane's rate of decomposition at 150 degrees Celsius and in an anaerobic environment reaches critical value like methane, and will quickly decompose into a mixture of methane and ethane. Try using the light. Wang Zhoping suddenly thought of something, as he grabbed the microphone eagerly and explained, in an anaerobic environment. The researcher in the isolation room turned his head and glanced at Ho Jun through the glass. After the latter nodded, he turned around and placed another piece of black alkane into the tank, then emptied the oxygen and filled it with inert gas, and started to irradiate the container. An incredible scene appeared. Based on the parameters that jumped on the instrument, the air composition inside the tank slowly changed. Black ethane slowly decomposed under the light to generate methane and ethane. When Ho Jun saw this, there was a trace of excitement and realization in his pupils. Everything made sense now. It explained why this kind of bacteria that could not go through photosynthesis was able to thrive on the cold Himalaya. This kind of bacteria absorbed methane and ethane gas, then generated black alkane metabolites, and the exothermic reaction maintained energy consumption. The light from the Sun and Jupiter then broke the black alkane into methane and ethane. Using black alkane as a medium, the MW1 bacteria formed a closed energy cycle on this dead moon. A silver jet landed on the runway of Celestial City hundreds of millions of kilometers away. As the dome slowly closed, the hatch to the plane opened, and Jiang Chen, under the escort of a group of soldiers, took the train to the headquarters of the Space Department. At the Space Command Center, Jiang Chen met Kelvin. As soon as they met, Kelvin said to him in excitement. Black alkane. We have discovered a new kind of energy. Black alkane. It's this. Kelvin tapped twice on the holographic screen, and a slowly spinning, black solid holographic image appeared in front of the two, metabolite of MW1 bacteria. In other words, this thing is the feces of the MW1 bacteria. That is certainly one way to interpret it. Kelvin laughed awkwardly, cleared his throat, then continued, currently, the Himalaya outpost is testing its physical properties. Judging from the data just returned, this kind of black alkane can be decomposed naturally under sunlight and can also be ignited directly in an oxygen environment. It can be both used as a storage method of natural gas or directly used as fossil fuel. Its combustion efficiency is very high, and it hardly produces harmful gases. After Jiang Chen listened to Kelvin's description, he immediately realized the value of this material. It was not difficult to mine Himalaya's gas resources. Unlike the natural gas fields, oil fields, and some coal fields on Earth that contained a lot of impurities and required refining, the liquid methane and ethane mixture flowing on Himalaya's surface was extremely pure. It was no exaggeration to say that if someone threw a tank into the lake with its valve open, after they pick up the tank would be filled with high-quality liquefied natural gas. The only costs were storage and transportation. The process of storing liquefied gas in cryogenic gas storage tanks and transporting it to the Mars colony, the Moon colony, or even Earth hundreds of millions of kilometers away by Seagull-class transport ships seemed feasible. The idea didn't sound too difficult and could be achieved from a technical perspective, but the cost associated was not negligible. The new topic for Celestial Trade Energy Research Institute was to store more liquefied nature gas per unit volume in cryogenic tanks. The best scenario was to develop a hydrocarbon that could exist as a solid form at room temperature to replace liquefied methane and ethane for transportation. And the discovery of black alkane undoubtedly solved this problem. Unexpectedly, the technical barrier that prevented the development of Himalaya's natural gas resources was solved on Himalaya. Jiang Chen could foresee an energy revolution taking place in the distant Himalaya, which started with this black solid. It was undeniable that the global grid has to some extent suppressed the demand for fossil fuel. However, Jiang Chen was aware that even if the Earth entered full electrification, fossil fuel would not be eliminated. Long ago, Celestial Trade developed a petroleum crop to replace some imports of oil and natural gas. However, Xian did not stop importing energy. Jiang Chen was certain about one thing based on the discovery of the black alkane. After the completion of the Himalaya colony, countless natural gas companies would go bankrupt. This kind of situation was similar to the global grid's impact on the local power stations. The neighboring countries of Xian such as Malaysia, New Guinea, and Nippon had almost completely demolished their power stations. However, this time, he planned to take a gentler approach. He would allow those powerful gas mining companies to participate in the development of Himalaya while they controlled and supported several Xian energy companies, then they would bring the old energy giants on board. Celestial Trade would only be responsible for transportation and black alkane synthesis, while future heavy industries would sell the extraction equipment. Even if Celestial Trade ate all the meat, it was important to leave some soup for others. As for those companies without the capability or means to compete in the development of outer space resources, it was better for them to close as early as possible. As long as the bacteria are genetically modified to a certain extent, and then artificially propagated on a large scale, the methane and ethane on Himalaya can be biochemically reacted to synthesize into black alkane before being transported. For the same volume, now we can transport twice as much as before. Kelvin said in excitement. I think so too. Jiang Chen nodded, and after he deliberated for a moment, he continued, let the researcher at the outpost scan the DNA of the MW1 bacteria into the database, and let the Special Projects Institute participate in the research. I'll go assign the task. Kelvin nodded and walked out immediately. As he looked at the holographic image that floated above the touchpad, he slowly rotated the black alkane like it was black gold. A curvature formed by the corner of his lips as they turned up. He was very much looking forward to the Space Colonization Summit a week later, and the reaction on the faces of the representatives of the member states and the members of the Earth Defense Alliance Committee. He believed that their expressions would be quite exciting. In the past few days when Jiang Chen returned to Xian, many major events happened internationally. First from the continent of North America. Trump, who had managed to stabilize the political landscape, nominated new cabinet members. Mike Pence's cabinet team was almost completely replaced, and the entire Rainbow Mansion was completely changed. For example, Admiral Bryan, who brought back Trump, was appointed as the new Secretary of Defense. Well, after all, it was Admiral Bryan who piloted the Mustang fighter to bring Trump back from the small island. The friendship between the two was certainly something the UA people could understand. However, to the surprise of almost everyone, the choice of Secretary of State was actually Joseph Kennedy. A Democrat? Not only that, he was once his opponent. In the election campaign, Mr. Kennedy was at an advantage at one point. If it were not for Morgan and Rockefeller's intervention behind the scene, it would be hard to say whether Trump could be the president-elect in the end. The nomination of the opposition party as a cabinet member was not without precedent. For example, Clinton and Obama both chose Republicans as the Secretary of Defense. However, it was out of the consideration of balance and compromise when the Republican Party occupied a dominant position in Congress. Now that the Republican Party still controlled Congress, Trump's choice of Joseph Kennedy as his cabinet member was confusing. Not to mention, it was the important Secretary of State. What surprised outsiders, even more, was that such a list was passed in Congress. Regardless of whether most of the people in the UA were willing to accept this outcome or not, a regime with the intention to please the victorious country was established in North America. Typically, there would definitely be opposition, and indeed many protests took place in many states. However, in fact, most of the people chose silence. The depreciation of the dollar led to the return of overseas factories back into the UA, and the return of manufacturing created employment. The start of the Millennial Project, the Bering Strait Tunnel, was equivalent to a disguised relief for work, just like the Tennessee River Basin Project during Roosevelt's time. Countless jobs were created. Although the scars left by the Orbital Airborne Brigade in capital, Nouveau York, Peace City, still made many people feel pain, what puzzled everyone was that most people's lives were not impacted. Although celestial trade took away their gold, the Exile new dollar issued because of the gold returned into the hands in the form of loans. The most ironic situation was that the unemployment problem that neither party could solve was fixed because of a defeat. The historians were troubled by how they should correctly evaluate President Pence's contributions. On the other side, in the far Middle East, the succession war in the Saudi royal family welcomed a new turning point. Prince Yarif that more than 10,000 Madagascar mercenaries marched into Riyadh and defeated the 50,000-strong army gathered in the suburbs. In less than 3 days, the siege of Riyadh ended. Surrounded by foreign mercenaries, Yarif stepped into the palace he dreamed of as a victor. This result was not unexpected. After all, the strength of the Saudi army was obvious to all. Based on the historical past that the Allied force composed of 10 nations could be defeated by the Hussein armed forces, and it was on the condition that they possessed absolute air superiority. The force actually did a good job based on the fact that they managed to resist for over half a month. Under the desperate protection of personal guards, the young Suleiman fled to Dubai, where he sought political asylum. The former Minister of Intelligence Atami was captured by soldiers loyal to Prince Yarif while he was fleeing to Sudan, and then sent to Jeddah Port prison. Crowded by his supporters, Yarif quickly ascended to the throne. While Yarif purged the conservatives who supported the young Suleiman in the name of the War of Succession to the throne and made room for his supporters, he also actively established diplomatic relations with Exile with the purpose to join the Earth Defense Alliance as a secondary member. Yarif was indeed very lucky, because not only did he gain the support of celestial trade, but also because he ended the war over succession before April. Although it would take 2 months to approve the alliance member, Saudi Arabia, as a country that expressed intent, received a report on the prospects and feasibility of the colonization of Himalaya, which was reissued by Celestial Trade, and an invitation letter to the Space Colonization Summit. Just like that, time soon reached the end of March. As the focal point for everyone, the Space Colonization Summit focused on the expedition of Himalaya finally took place in Celestial City. On April 1st, Celestial City got livelier. Especially for the people living at this space station, as there were many new faces here. The Space Colonization Summit was not only a high-level diplomatic summit between countries, but it was also a grand event open to the whole society. On top of this giant ring, in the corner opposite of the headquarters of the Space Department, a space station the size of more than 10 acres was filled with equipment designed by future heavy industries for the Mars colony. The equipment included large colonial cabins to ecological farm modules and even the digging warrior that broke through the dome of Cheyenne Mountain. Celestial Trade fully demonstrated to all walks of life how the colonists of Exile survived on the desolate Mars, fought the devil worms, and used their knowledge to expand the boundary of civilization in the boundless space. It was the first time the equipment used in the Mars colony was made available to the public. Prior to this event, the details of the colony had been kept confidential. Only astronauts that registered with the intent for immigration, as well as signed a confidentiality agreement, obtained this information. And now, the public could not only take photos at close range, but they could also go into the actual equipment with a guide and experience the power of technology in the equipment already eliminated by the colony. The significance of this event was to eliminate most people's negative attitude toward space immigration as well as the fear of being far away from home. It was simply not enough to rely on space enthusiasts and people who could not survive on Earth because of various reasons. In order to export the population to further places, celestial trade had to ignite the enthusiasm for space immigration to the general public. From Future Technologies Galaxy Edge to the current Space Colonization Summit, all the efforts were dedicated to this one goal. Two foreigners in suits and bow ties walked down in the aisle of the summit. They examined the spacecrafts around them as they discussed. From this summit, they sensed opportunities, and this exhibition open to the public undoubtedly was a good opportunity to learn about the investment opportunity. I heard that Celestial Trade intends to rename the Mars colony Heavenly Palace City. Well, I've heard about it a long time ago. Celestial Trade submitted a written application to Xi'an National Assembly last month, and it is now in the final approval stage. Once the approval is passed, Heavenly Palace City will become the fourth municipality of Xi'an. The first three municipalities were Penglai City, Celestial City, and Lunar City. Once Heavenly Palace City was incorporated into Xi'an, Xi'an would become the first country with its territory expanded to Mars. Penglai had grown from a small city with a population of less than 100,000 to its size today. Many people had felt regretful and frustrated by the fact that they missed the opportunity. It's enviable. I don't know when we will see the day our national flag flies high on the land hundreds of millions of kilometers away. After a tourist with a backpack put down the phone he used to take photos with, he said emotionally while he stared at the wall of photos inside the colonial cabin. The colonial cabin on display was the first colonization unit Celestial Trade deployed on Mars, and its primary purpose was to collect data for Mars colonization. The unit was now replaced by new units, and after it was transported onto the synchronous orbit by the space elevator, it was brought by the Seagull class to Celestial City. The photos on the wall recorded the development of the Mars colony. From the earliest solitary colonial unit to the now Heavenly Palace City filled with steel factories, the Xi'an flag that floated above the colony made countless foreign tourists envious. Unlike investors, tourists like them paid more attention to the colony's technology and the culture behind it. Welcome to Celestial City, Mr. Wu, we meet again. Jiang Chen looked at Wu Changfeng, who walked towards him, and smiled. Then, he extended his right hand. Long time no see, have you been busy recently? Wu Changfeng shook Jiang Chen's hands and smiled before he let go. Have you had a chance to look at the exhibition? I just got off the plane and I haven't had the time yet. Really? I recommend you take a look when you have some free time. Jiang Chen smiled, then suddenly he lowered his voice. Are you still taking that telomere extension agent? Wu Changfeng was slightly surprised, then he nodded. Yes. Without saying anything more, Jiang Chen patted him on the shoulder and then walked in the direction of the Saudi Arabia delegation. Wu Changfeng looked at Jiang Chen's back with a complicated expression, then he suddenly remembered the mission that important person had given him. In fact, just now, for a brief second, he planned to probe for some information, but for some strange reason, just when Jiang Chen mentioned the DNA telomere extension agent, his position was shaken for 2 seconds. What's wrong with me? As Wu Changfeng muttered to himself, he shook his head and left the strange feeling behind him, and then he walked to the Hua ambassador of Xi'an. The fact Yarif would appear here certainly surprised Jiang Chen. Because very few Muslims were willing to travel to Celestial City due to the lack of boundary between day and night, and occasionally the sun would appear underneath them. This made worshipping extremely difficult, and Celestial City obviously would not stop the ring rotating as a counterweight for the sake of a small number of people. The fact that the new king stood here, from a certain perspective, already stated his position. This king was going to be more enlightened compared to the previous kings, and future Saudi Arabia was going to gradually move from conservative to open under the leadership of this king. The Arab world was about to welcome a secular reform. It was difficult to say whether this was a blessing or a curse for Saudi Arabia. But Jiang Chen was certain that it would benefit the entire world. Welcome. Huh, my old friend, it's strange for you to say that, Yarif laughed, opened his arms, and hugged Jiang Chen. Although my minister suggested that I appoint someone who can represent my opinion to come, I decided to pay a visit in person to express my gratitude to you. You're the one acting strange. Jiang Chen laughed. An open and peaceful Middle East is a blessing for the world. May Saudi Arabia, under your leadership, become more prosperous. Using an old Chinese saying, borrow your auspicious words. Yarif laughed, but then suddenly lowered his voice, and squinted his eyes at Jiang Chen. By the way, do you still sell the S1 kinetic skeleton? I plan to purchase a batch. Ahem, can we talk about this after the summit is over? Jiang Chen facepalmed. You're right, Yarif nodded, then smiled and introduced the Middle Eastern man who stood behind him to Jiang Chen. Allow me to introduce, this is Nasser, the chairman of Aramco. My pleasure. Nasser nodded humbly to Jiang Chen, extended his right hand, and smiled with friendliness. It's nice to meet you, Mr. Jiang Chen. I've heard about you a long time ago. As the purse of the royal family of Saudi Arabia, Aramco was also the world's largest oil and gas production company and the sixth largest oil refiner. The company owned the world's largest onshore and offshore oil fields, and its business covered Saudi Arabia and the entire world. Judging from Yarif's attitude towards him, Nasser certainly was an important individual in the country. And the reason for an energy giant to appear here was self-evident. Jiang Chen could even assert that Nasser's mood was definitely not as calm as he showed on the surface. It was not only Saudi Arabia's Aramco who received an invitation, but also ExxonMobil, Gazprom, Petrohua, as well as Dutch Shell, who was invited despite not being part of the Earth Defense Alliance. Himalayas' vast natural gas resources would reshuffle the previous stable energy landscape. Jiang Chen could tell where his allies were and where the resistances were by just a simple glance during this summit. Yes, it could only be described by the word resistance. By now, no one could stop celestial trade from doing anything, and no one could change the decision made by Jiang Chen. However, the opinions of these energy giants could still become obstacles that prevent celestial trade from pushing forward the Himalaya colonization plan. The obstacles were created as these energy giants not only represent themselves but also the interests of the nation behind them. Energy was crucial. Whether it was from a military or economic perspective, it was inseparable from energy. And once something was associated with the first two, it naturally was attached with political significance. On top of the podium, Jiang Chen looked at the representatives of various countries who sat under the stage. He had an inexplicable illusion in his mind that he had become the emperor of this planet and the people in front of him awaited his orders. They were all just nobles in the empire. NATO, which lost the UA, only existed in name. There were no rivals for celestial trade on this planet. Even if all countries united, they would only have a mere 20% chance of winning, and not a percent more. Sooner or later, the dissidents in Europe would unite under the flag of Earth Defense Alliance, and these nobles, with military might would be removed, and eventually hand in their power. Now, the emperor summoned his nobles and asked them about their perspective on the new world. In fact, the opinions of the nobles were no longer important. The important element was how to divide the interest to maximize the benefits. The ultimate goal of celestial trade was to eliminate all borders and upgrade the Earth Defense Alliance to the Earth Federation. So as the emperor, or the president of the Earth Federation, he not only had to consider the interests of celestial trade, but also the interests of the entire Earth Federation as a whole. After all, they still had to face a deadly enemy, a colonization ship from 20.5 light-years away. It was a battle that concerned the survival of humanity. First, Kelvin explained to everyone the prospects and necessity of colonizing Himalaya. There was no need to elaborate on the rich resources there. The information was not provided by celestial trade, but other countries also analyzed through different technical means. Soon it came to the question period. The first question naturally came from the experts in the space field. A technical consultant from the Russian Space Agency, RKA, stood up. The most critical question is, how can we survive without water? This is a great question. In fact, before the summit, we put the most emphasis on this question as well. Jiang Chen smiled slightly and continued, according to the observations at the outposts we deployed on Himalaya, Europa has abundant water resources. The surface is covered by glaciers, and there is a flowing ocean under the ice. This can not only solve the water problem, but also the heat problem. If there is a liquid ocean under the ice cover, then it must mean that Europa has intense submarine volcanic activity. We are reconsidering the colonization plan, with the focus of constructing the living and industrial areas on Europa. Himalaya will be used as our resource extraction base to produce black alkane and transport it back to Earth or other colonies. On the holographic screen, light blue particles flashed. At the location where Jiang Chen's finger had crossed, the three-dimensional images of Jupiter and all its moons were presented in front of everyone. Europa would produce water, liquefied hydrogen, oxygen, and would rely on geothermal energy to generate electricity, while Himalaya would produce energy. Two interlaced blue lines connected the two planets, and ultimately connected Earth and Mars hundreds of millions of kilometers away. A simple trade route was already planned by celestial trade. Celestial trade starships would be responsible for interplanetary transportation. As for the transportation within the planetary system, with the strength of the current major member states, there was no issue even if they had to do it independently. From this conceptual map, everyone could see the broad prospects of colonizing Jupiter's moons. However, as the old problems were solved, new problems emerged. Black alkane. What is that? A technical consultant from Royal Dutch Shell stood up and spoke. When Jiang Chen heard this, he smiled lightly. This is what we are about to get into. As he said this, he tapped a few times on the touchpad and a cylindrical platform slowly rose. In the center of the platform was a black crystal the size of a thumb, like obsidian. The surface was glass-like. Under the capture of the high-resolution camera, everyone could clearly observe the black crystal the size of a thumb through the electronic screen mounted on the table. Glass luster was a very obvious sign, commonly found in silicate minerals, especially in igneous rocks, and it was almost impossible to see in hydrocarbons. Just when everyone thought this was probably a rock sample sent back from Himalaya by Celestial Trade Survey ship, Jiang Chen took out the lighter from his pocket. Then he lit it. Yes. He just lit it. Except for the politicians and diplomats who didn't understand what happened and just stood there indifferently, almost all the technical consultants and the oil company bosses who knew a little about mineralogy were stunned. Especially when they saw that cluster of flames ignite from the pitch-black crystals, a series of exclamations appeared one after another, and their tone was filled with disbelief. This is impossible. Coal minerals. I heard that there is bituminous coal that can also produce glass luster. Some people even stood up eagerly and said, "Is this the black alkane? Do we have the heat of combustion data? I need its heat of combustion data." Jiang Chen raised his hand, motioned the restless people in the audience to be quiet, and continued. The density is twice that of water, and the composition is a mixture of alkanes. In fact, with how much I have said now, many of you can roughly calculate its heat of combustion, and we have no intention of hiding this new substance. We found a bacterium on Himalaya, and temporarily named it MW1 by its serial number, and its metabolite is black alkane, a mixture of alkanes, which appears black. Its molecular structure undergoes a tight Z-fold. Heating in an anaerobic environment can slowly decompose the material into methane and ethane. Jiang Chen smiled at the scene of the president of Gazprom, who gasped, Nasser from Aramco, who looked around restlessly, and the CEO of Petrohua, who whispered with a senior diplomat behind him and then continued the presentation. I believe that everyone here today already knows what this means. Yes, this will be an energy revolution. Of course, the main purpose of our summit is not to promote this kind of alkane mixture that is easy to store, transport, and even use, but to tell you what kind of treasure is in front of us. Now, I have taken out the treasure map, so what we will discuss next is how to dig this treasure. Jiang Chen paused, looked at the faces that were all in deep thought, and smiled. We have always believed that what you give is proportional to what you get in return. People who are not interested can leave early. But if you are interested, I promise you will not be disappointed. The meeting on the first day ended. Everyone needed time to think and discuss internally. It was impossible to make a decision over a few hours of meeting on such an important matter. Jiang Chen proposed a plan for colonizing Himalaya to all participating member states. The principle of the plan was that celestial trade would provide the equipment and solve the technical barriers while all the other countries would provide people and funding. Based on the contribution, the colonization index each country received was different, and this index also determined the shares held in the Himalaya colony. The major energy companies would participate in the development of Himalaya resources as developers. They would purchase equipment from future heavy industries, pay land taxes to the colony, as well as fees for oxygen, free water, and other necessities. The manufactured black alkane would be shipped back or sold to other countries based on internal policies. Regardless, the transportation of the black alkane had to rely on the Seagull-class transport ships. In any case, celestial trade was set to win on this plan. As they walked down the corridor outside the conference room, Lu Wei asked Wu Changfeng, "What do you think of celestial trade's proposal?" Cunning. It was Wu Changfeng's evaluation of celestial trade, or Jiang Chen himself. "Oh. Why do you say that?" Lu Wei asked with a smile. "Don't you think we are like miners working for him?" Wu Changfeng grinned and looked at the president of Petrohua, who was walking not far away and was engaged in a passionate conversation with the foreign minister, and continued, "They found a gold mine, and then provided us with equipment, shelter, and even the railway to transport the black gold. Then he shouted to us to come, so we are going." Lu Wei took a second to process the analogy, then he laughed out. "Your thought process is very novel, but it does make sense now that I think about it. But do you think our country will agree?" "Of course. We will soon become the world's largest energy importer. The natural gas resources on Himalaya are dispensable for Russia, but they are too important for us." Wu Changfeng smiled and walked towards the Petrohua boss not far away, then raised his chin and pointed at him. "Don't you see how happy my guy is? Before colonizing Himalaya, we are relying on Russian imports for natural gas, but after colonizing Himalaya, we might even have natural gas left over to export. Then do you think Russia will support celestial trade's plan?" "Why not?" Wu Changfeng shrugged. "Not only will they, but they will do everything they can to get more shares than us at tomorrow's meeting, and then continue to secure their status as a major producer of natural gas. The importance of black alkane is much greater to them than to us. It was foreseeable that Gazprom and Petrohua would compete fiercely at the meeting tomorrow." Lu Wei smiled, and chose not to continue on this topic, but after they walked forward for a while longer, he suddenly asked a question. "What do you think about the task that the leader gave you? Since you have asked me so many questions, do I get to ask you one?" Wu Changfeng chuckled, then turned his head to look at Lu Wei. "How about you answer this question first?" Lu Wei smiled, pondered for a second, and continued. "From my personal observation, the Earth Defense Alliance is transforming from a United Nations-like organization to a political union." Wu Changfeng raised his eyebrows. "Oh. Why do you say that?" "I thought you had noticed it," Lu Wei said with a smile. "It not only has 50,000 standing force, but it also has its own fleet. Although there is only one envoy class, it is now the largest starship in the entire solar system. And now, It even has its own territory. Wu Changfeng's eyes flashed with a hint of splendor. In fact, he did start to notice these things Lu Wei said a long time ago. Why do you think Jiang Chen is devoting so many resources to the Earth Defense Alliance? Just to win over allies? Afraid to cause outrage because he has a monopoly? Think about it, who else is qualified to be their opponent now? I am afraid it is only the aliens from 20.5 light-years away. Lu Wei said this sentence with the same smile, then after a pause, the smile on his face disappeared as he continued, in fact, from your position and my position, we should be able to see clearer than outsiders. What do you mean? Wu Changfeng asked calmly and did not reveal his thoughts at this moment. Why ask me? Ask yourself. Where are you sitting? Lu Wei said with a smile. Of course, Wu Changfeng subconsciously wanted to say the answer, but suddenly, a trace of realization appeared in his eyes. That's it. He was a member of the Earth Defense Alliance Committee, and based on the regulations of the Earth Defense Alliance Committee, all members served lifelong terms. After he took the DNA telomere extension agent, his lifespan was far beyond that of ordinary people. Once the Earth Federation is established. This answer was perhaps hurtful. But as far as his position was concerned, he would naturally side with the Earth Federation. After Wu Changfeng stared at Lu Wei for a long time, his shoulders relaxed, and he smiled bitterly. When did it start? Me. Maybe after I saw the Envoy-class starship, Lu Wei continued while he stared into the starry universe outside the window. I believe after seeing something like that, everyone will have the thought that the old age is over, and a new era is coming. So, you decided to follow the trend? Aren't you the same? Lu Wei patted his colleague on the shoulder, then put his hands behind him, smiled, and walked away. On the other side, Petrohua President Zhang Jianhua and Foreign Minister Zhou Yi were already on the train. Yesterday, the Hua Embassy in Xi'an had already booked rooms at a Celestial City hotel. They went straight to the conference center after they got off the G100 and were still adjusting to the time zone difference. Now, they could finally relax. Black alkane is an amazing technology. Zhang Jianhua examined the black crystals the size of a thumb in his hand, then said with emotion, if our country can introduce this technology, we can at least save hundreds of billions in annual expenditure on energy storage and transportation. Every participant received a piece of this black crystal when the meeting ended. As Zhang Jianhua focused on the black alkane in his hand, the way he looked at it was just like the way someone looked at a piece of diamond. As the president of Petrohua, he knew better than anyone the economic value behind this piece of crystal. Zhou Yi, who sat beside Zhang Jianhua, put down the phone in his hand and closed his eyes to rest. Just now, he made a phone call to the person above him and briefed him about the meeting, which included the conditions set by celestial trade, as well as what Hua could set to benefit from. The intention from the above was very clear. Hua had to seize this historical opportunity, and the colonization of Himalaya had to be completed. The bottom line was 25% of the shares, at any expenses. Zhou Yi even faintly heard some rumors that the leader above planned to establish Hua Space Trade Company, with 50 billion capital injected by the State-Owned Asset Supervision and Administration Commission, to manage Hua's assets in Himalaya. He had to think carefully on how to gain the most for his motherland with the least cost. It was not only Hua making the phone calls, but the Russian foreign minister also spoke on the phone with the Kremlin. ExxonMobil, with their headquarters on the other side of the globe, urgently convened a board meeting. Royal Dutch Shell used all its public relations power to put pressure on the second house of the Dutch parliament and demanded the Netherlands to apply for entry into the Earth Defense Alliance, with the minimum of showing their intent. That distant moon had attracted the attention of too many people. Tonight would be a restless night for many. On the second day of the Space Colonization Summit, fireworks were set off over the Mars colony. It was a special kind of firework, not made out of gunpowder, but created through the Pride of Future group, its holographic projection technology. Now that Future Group had mastered holographic technology's applications, it was possible to produce holographic image-generating units into a string of spheres the size of glass beads. Then the beads were propelled into the air with electromagnetic artillery and the splendors of fireworks were projected in sequence. The Mars colony had rehearsed countless times for this day. No. To be precise, it was called Heavenly Palace City now. Just yesterday, the National Assembly of Xi'an formally approved the Mars colony application, and it became the fourth municipality in Xi'an after Lunar City. As the former governor of the Mars colony, Hong Zhiwei was also honored to become the mayor of Heavenly Palace City. Like other municipalities, Heavenly Palace City abided by the Constitution of Xi'an, and the mayor was directly appointed by celestial trade. Citizen approval rate and municipal performance indicators were used as the evaluation criteria for the mayor's performance, and this also meant that Heavenly Palace City could no longer operate as a bottomless pit. Hong Zhiwei's biggest challenge over the next 4 years was how to turn the city from loss to profit. Fortunately, Celestial Trade Marine Corps' military expenditures and costs for eliminating devil worms were not part of the cost associated with the municipality. Otherwise, the city would go bankrupt within 2 years. This is an opportunity, but also a challenge. Future Bank will provide us with a low-interest loan of 50 billion Xi'an new dollars. Although it is not required of us to turn losses into profit immediately, our budget will no longer be unlimited from now on, and our decision-making will also experience the test of an open market. I want to hear your opinions. In the conference hall of Heavenly Palace City, Hong Zhiwei convened the leadership team. Most of these people were the first colonists to arrive on Mars. Their professional fields covered all aspects and they possessed a wealth of production and management experience in the colony. The first to speak was Lugani, director of the Heavenly Palace City Population Bureau, an Italian from Rome who used to be an architectural engineer. The colony's oxygen and electricity transmission and distribution systems were his masterpieces. Next month, 2,000 immigrants will be arriving in Heavenly Palace City, and now we have only 620 living spaces left. It is not just the problem of living space, but also the supply of water, electricity, oxygen, space suits, and other wearable equipment. These must be prioritized and solved as soon as possible. Is there any good solution? Hong Zhiwei asked. Hong Zhiwei considered this issue before the meeting began. The cities on Mars and the cities on Earth were completely two extremes. On Mars, land was not expensive, but the house was. And the problem was not only limited to housing, but also food, air, fresh water, and electricity. These were all issues that must be carefully considered. Before the city could intake these immigrants, the first task of Heavenly Palace City was to solve the settlement problem of these immigrants. If the city had to expand its living units to accommodate more immigrants, it would require a project of 2 billion new Xi'an dollars. It was not that the city could not finance this project, but rather, all spending had to be carefully considered, since many areas required money, and every dollar had to be spent at the right place. Of course, Lugani nodded. In fact, the message from above is very clear, including the low-interest loans of 50 billion Xi'an new dollars. The Space Department hopes that we can solve the budget problem through the market, instead of blindly manufacturing and completing the task before, then ask for money once we reach the target. The problem is still money. Should immigrants pay out of their pockets? Director of the Finance Bureau Demit shook his head. I guess no one can afford it. We can open tenders to the public and bring in international money to participate. Lugani made a concise point. Everyone's eyes brightened and immediately understood what he meant. In fact, it was not because they did not have the ability to think from this perspective. Many people, including the mayor Hong Zhiwei himself, still did not convert their way of thinking yet. After all, a few days ago, they were still using the budget from the Space Department, and today it suddenly became a loan from Future Bank. The senior management asked them to find a way to take care of their own profits and losses, but at this moment, they were still confused and lost. How should we do the bidding? Hong Zui looked at Lugani. If we want others to build for us, we must at least let them see the potential for profitability. They will see the potential of profitability. As long as we promise them, the facilities they invest in and build in Heavenly Palace City will enjoy permanent housing and land property rights. This way, there will so many people who are willing to build houses for us out of their own pockets, hire our engineering team, and buy steel, aluminum alloy, and graphene from our factories. Not only do we not have to pay a penny, but we can also even profit from this. As long as they introduced another legislation that all companies operating factories in Heavenly Palace City had to provide housing for their employees. At the same time, the next immigration wave would be set as a cut-off point, as the city would no longer provide free housing for new immigrants in the future. Instead, it would be subsidized rent for 5 months during the unemployment period, then it would gradually transition the city's real estate to marketization. Are there any obstacles to implementing the policy? Demit hesitated. I can assure you that there is absolutely no problem. Lugani nodded and said with certainty, in fact, it can be seen from the Space Colonization Summit that the senior executive's message is very clear. They hope that more people will participate in the development of space resources and accelerate the progress of space colonization instead of letting us shoulder all the weight. A lot of people want to devote themselves to the craze of space resource development, but only a very small number of people can enjoy the benefits of Himalaya. And now, we're providing another option for international capital. Lugani's view was supported by most officials, which included Hong Zui, who still searched for a solution to the budget problem. From this moment on, his thought process started to change slightly from the position of the governor of the colony to the role of mayor. The problem was not only in housing but also in factories. Heavenly Palace City did not need to participate in every steel plant and every mining station. As the mayor, he could just zone an area, and a countless amount of money would flow in, and subsequently, factories would pop up like bamboo shoots after the rain. These savvy entrepreneurs would not only try their best to improve the productivity of the factory for them but also find where to sell their products. Compared with those public steel plants in Heavenly Palace City that only complete production targets, these entrepreneurs would be more profit-driven, and they would balance products and production capacity based on demand. As for whether it was profitable to set up a factory on Mars, the answer was obvious. The iron ore was cheaper than sand here, and the low-gravity environment meant this place was inherently more suitable for industrial production than Earth. Even if the expensive labor costs were included, the cost of producing a ton of steel was less than half of that of steel plants on Earth. With the gradual expansion of production, this number could go even lower. When the colony on Himalaya becomes completed, this place would have cheaper chemical raw materials than Earth. Without a doubt. In the not-too-distant future, this place would become the industrial base of the entire solar system. After 3 days of discussions, the Space Colonization Summit that attracted global attention finally came to an end. Almost everyone around the world waited for the outcome of this meeting. The thought of colonizing Himalaya alone excited them. People gathered in front of their TV, or sat in front of their computer, or grabbed onto their phone as they eagerly waited for the reporters that surrounded the entrance of the convention center. They were excited to find out what role their country would play in the space colonization boom. In the lobby of a roadside restaurant, rig workers who had just finished their shift were eating. News around the space colonization happened to be playing on the TV in the lobby. A man with a shaved head took a sip of his alcohol, raised an eyebrow, and said while he looked at the reporter on the screen. Only a total of 50 candidates, why is there so little? There are only 200 candidates in total, 50 is a lot. And don't they send people by batch? I wonder who will get to go, haha. The colleague who drank with him said while he laughed. He was quite proud that his country could be able to send astronauts to such a far place. That's right, so far away from home, what's the point to go up there? The other person who sat next to him also sighed with emotion, but the focus of concern was completely different. Although he didn't have an idea of the distance to Jupiter, he was right about so far away. hopefully they won't make us go there. Hey, come on, you won't be able to go there if there is a chance. The eligibility requirement is at least an undergraduate degree, so you have to go to the XIN Astronaut Training Center for training. Even if you went, do you think you can learn to pilot a rocket? Someone next to him mocked. Why can't I learn it? Anyway, the official language over there is also Mandarin. The man's face was flushed as he argued back, I know how to drill wells and collect gas, I may know more than those people know. Huh, old Wu, you're definitely not exaggerating. There was a burst of joyous laughter at this table, and the topic quickly changed to the embarrassment old Wu went through when he just came here. On the other side, there was also a table full of guests. A man with glasses and dressed in a slightly more sophisticated manner watched the news while he ate. When the president of Petrohua was interviewed, he said in an emotional and excited state, with his face completely flushed, that Petrohua would invest 20 billion XI in new dollars, and that the company would build the gas wells all the way to Himalaya. The statement almost made the man's eyes bulge out. Petrohua is investing 20 billion XI in new dollars, my God. These guys cry poor every day, and they just spent so much money in one move. 20 billion XI in new dollars was equivalent to 200 billion in local currency. Most people probably only saw this much money on TV. The man clicked his tongue while he processed the shock in his head. What he didn't know was that because of this 20 billion XI in new dollars investment, the stock price of Petrohua skyrocketed. The news of expansion to Africa made many investors excited before, now the target was all the way to Jupiter. The elated gamblers couldn't wait to push the stock price up to the moon in order to vent their enthusiasm for investment. On the other hand, in the faraway Europe in the Western Hemisphere, people in Britain and France also closely followed the summit. Countless pairs of eyes all focused on the screen with envy, suspicion, and even jealousy, but no matter what kind of feeling they had, once the summit ended, the start of the new era had nothing to do with them. A total of 176 billion XI in new dollars of investment, including the 50 billion XI in new dollars invested by the Future Bank, this time our colonization of Himalaya has a sufficient budget. Based on the plan, we can first establish a 200-person colony in Europa to build water treatment stations, electrolysis stations, and other life-sustaining facilities. Once we can ensure that we can maintain the oxygen, freshwater, and food consumption of 1,000 people in the Jupiter planetary system, we will send a second batch of colonists to Himalaya. At the headquarters of the Space Department, Kelvin reported to Jiang Chen on the summit on the second day after the summit ended. Based on the contracts signed by Celestial Trade with other countries, the Himalaya colonization plan would be launched immediately at the end of the month, and all investments would be ready within a month. If Himalaya's gas output could reach 500 million cubic meters per day within a year, the member states would make further investments in accordance with the agreement. The daily output of 500 million cubic meters was almost half of Russia's natural gas production. Although most countries were still skeptical about whether the gas production in Himalaya could reach this figure, Jiang Chen was not concerned. He read the gas reserves report from the Himalaya outpost and it stated that with the exclusion of the black alkane mines in the rock formation on the surface, the hundreds of large and small natural gas lakes on the surface was at least hundreds of times larger than the proven reserves on Earth, and the figure was a conservative estimate. As long as transportation and large-scale mining could be solved, even if the figure of 500 million cubic meters per day was doubled, it was still possible to achieve. The colonization plan can be executed based on this plan. Jiang Chen hurriedly glanced at the document passed over, put it aside, then continued, has the cultivation problem been solved for the MW1 bacteria at the Special Projects Institute? There is no issue with cultivating on Himalaya, but it is difficult to cultivate on Earth, Kelvin replied. Have you found the reason? Jiang Chen asked. The structure of the MW1 bacteria is very unique. It is very resistant to cosmic radiation and low-pressure environments, but it has extremely harsh requirements for gravity conditions. If the coefficient of gravity exceeds 0.1 g, the metabolic level of this bacteria will begin to decline exponentially. When the gravity coefficient reaches 0.8 g, the metabolism of MW1 bacteria will stop. If we want to cultivate MW1 bacteria on Earth, we must improve its genotype, or build a base in the form of a space station in the gravity-free section of Celestial City. Kelvin repeated to Jiang Chen the original words of the researchers of the Special Projects Institute. From a cost perspective, the idea of cultivating MW1 bacteria on Earth seemed a bit unrealistic. But in fact, it did not impact the plan. After all, the gas produced by Himalaya would naturally be converted into black alkane on Himalaya. Jiang Chen then asked Kelvin about the details of building a total of 20 astronaut training center branch schools in each member country and then asked him to leave. After he checked his watch, it was already 5 o'clock in the afternoon. Just when Jiang Chen planned to go to the cafeteria for dinner, and then rest for a while, the indicator light on his watch flickered. He clicked on the holographic screen of the watch, and Lilith's image appeared beside him. "What's the matter?" Jiang Chen looked at Lilith. Lin asked me to bring you a message. The research task you gave her has already yielded results. No matter how many days and moons passed here, the sky always remained the same. The dim sunlight passed through the gray-yellow radioactive dust and shed unhealthy rays down from above. The only difference was that there was now a dome that isolated Wanghai from the outside world. As long as the nuclear fusion battery exported from the modern world to the apocalypse was not interrupted, then the continuously operating Holy Shield system would continue to shield the city from zombies, mutants, X2 bacteria, and radiation dust. As he lied on the bed, Jiang Chen took half a minute to adapt to the difference in time and space. He slowly sat up and looked out the window with a slightly complicated expression. When he heard Lilith tell him that Lin finally achieved results on the task he gave her, he immediately jumped up from his chair and rushed to the apron in Celestial City. The soldiers that followed him were on extreme alert, as they thought an emergency had happened. In fact, nothing happened, it was just because he was too excited to hear of the news. After he got off the aerospace plane in Koro City, Jiang Chen boarded the helicopter that was waiting for him and flew to Coconut Island. After he emptied the piled-up containers in the port, he shut himself up in the hut in the middle of the island, sent a message to Xia Xiyu and Aisha separately as usual, and then traveled across the dimension to the apocalypse. It was supposed to be an exciting moment. However, when he laid on this familiar bed, the excitement and emotion in his mind were inexplicably diminished by indescribable anxiety and confusion. A very realistic question was posed before Jiang Chen. About the fate of the world. Indeed, the fate of this world. After he had inherited the legacy of Gaia's civilization, the technological advantages of the apocalypse over the modern world had actually been wiped out long ago. Even if scientists in this world were ahead of the modern world in applications and scientific research thinking, this advantage was not obvious in front of the absolute disadvantage in numbers. Celestial trade employed more than 200,000 scientific researchers in the modern world, and more than 100,000 people were engaged in the research and development of cutting-edge technology alone. In the apocalypse, the number was only 2,000 to 3,000. If all the people around him, as well as the scientists of this world, could be immigrated to the modern world, and those advanced production lines could be taken away, then the purpose of this world to him seemed to disappear. To put it simply, he had beat the game. He had unlocked all the trophies. Even if Russia, Europe, South Asia, as well as Africa, which luckily survived the nuclear war, had more treasures worth searching for, it was no longer necessary for him. After all, he was from that world. It was 4 o'clock in the afternoon, and Sun Jiao and Xiaoro were probably still at the general's mansion. Naturally, Lin waited for him anxiously at the Lin Institute, ready to tell him the great news. Before he went downstairs, he stopped by Yao Yao's room. The door was open, and the little girl sat there on her legs in the middle of a large number of electronic parts. The holographic computer was placed on her knees while she fiddled intently with something. Jiang Chen couldn't help but smile when he saw the serious Yao Yao, so he quietly walked in. When the big hand was gently placed on the fluffy hair, the little girl was startled, her shoulders trembled, like a frightened little rabbit, and she almost threw the holographic computer on her lap away. Jiang Chen immediately grabbed Yao Yao, who had bounced off the ground, and hurriedly said, "Ahem, it's me. Ah, it's brother Jiang Chen." After she exclaimed in a low voice and realized that it was Jiang Chen, Yao Yao finally calmed her nerves. The mist of excitement gradually floated in her eyes, and the thoughts overflowing in her heart flowed out with the reunion. The little girl plunged into his warm embrace and hugged her beloved person tightly. As she felt the gentle touch caress the top of her head, it took a while for her to free her blushed face from Jiang Chen's embrace, just like a squirrel that ended its hibernation from the harsh winter. Jiang Chen couldn't help but feel a little guilty. He was too occupied in the past while, from the Colombia crisis to the XNUA war, he was busy to the point that he did not pay attention to this world at all. Sister Sun Jiao and the others are still at the general's mansion. Do you need Yao Yao to call them back? She said softly as her big eyes with long eyelashes blinked and she peeked at Jiang Chen from the comfort of his chest. No, it's almost dinner time anyway. Jiang Chen smiled, and said gently, wait for them to come back tonight and then we'll surprise them. Ah, it's already this late. Yao Yao didn't notice that it was already pretty late. I'm going to prepare dinner. Jiang Chen stroked the fluffy hair and smiled. Please. Aha. It's on me. Yao Yao snuck out from Jiang Chen's arms and put on the pair of bunny slippers while she ran out the door. Her energetic look, and the blush on her face because of happiness made Jiang Chen smile. Suddenly, his mood got a lot better. After he left the mansion and went through the backyard, he headed to the Lin Institute. As he followed a sister with an unknown number into the institute, Jiang Chen got on the elevator and came to an empty circular underground test site. Lin stood in the center of the test site and directing her sisters to make the final adjustments to a door-shaped instrument. Lin's eyes lit up when she saw Jiang Chen appear at the entrance of the elevator. She stuffed the tablet into Lin Yi's hand and hopped over to him as if she was asking for rewards. Her yelling could be heard even from a far distance. I succeeded. Finally succeeded. Interdimensional travel for living things. She was so excited that she accidentally bit her tongue. Aha, congratulations. As he stared at the door with a light blue halo, there was heartfelt joy in his eyes. He had waited too long for this day. Now it was finally finished. The Gaia civilization's research accomplishments on neutrinos are far beyond our imagination. Using the physical properties of neutrinos, as long as the door is opened in two worlds at the same time, a stable tunnel can be formed between the two worlds. While Lin spoke, she pointed to the door placed in the corner of the room. It is very troublesome to explain in detail. In short, as long as you take that door to the modern world, put in the antimatter energy block, press the switch. The passage from this world to your world can be opened. Jiang Chen, who didn't understand anything about neutrinos, was unfamiliar about the specific principles behind the two doors. However, from Lin's description of the Gaia civilization, it seemed that she was inspired by the knowledge of the Gaia civilization. As Jiang Chen listened to Lin's explanation and while he was excited, a crazy idea suddenly popped up in his mind. What if two doors opened in the same world? What if you construct two doors in the same world? Jiang Chen asked the question in his mind while he examined the portal still being tested. When Lin heard his question, she thought for a second, then shook her head. I know what you are thinking, but, theoretically it's impossible. It's like holding a needle in your hand. It's impossible to make two holes on the same side of the same sheet of paper. Lin shook her head and said, a needle that pierced through the paper can only have two holes on the opposite sides of the paper. It is the same principle for the neutrino channel. But you haven't experimented this yet, have you? Jiang Chen asked. Lin looked at the door that was undergoing final adjustment, then turned around to look at Jiang Chen before she let out a helpless sigh. If you don't believe me, let's try it. Because Jiang Chen was not convinced, Lin Lin planned to show him. Soon, under the command of Lin Lin, her sisters completed the final debugging of the portal. 2 portals that emitted neutrino waves to the center at the same frequency were placed at both ends of the experimental site. After she took the tablet terminal from Lin Lin stood in front of the command platform and connected the tablet to the command platform with a data cable. Jiang Chen's palms began to sweat as he stood on the side and nervously watched this experiment. Although there was no basis, if his conjecture was established, then this discovery would definitely have great significance. If people and materials on Earth could be transported to the Moon, Mars, or even the distant Kuiper belt through just a door, the thought only made him ecstatic. This is a very sophisticated technology. The frequency of the neutrino in the center of the portal will be used as a dimension parameter to guide the material passing through the door. Only when the frequency is identical can a stable channel form between the 2 worlds. So, just like what I said to you, it is impossible to open 2 doors in the same world. The door will open as expected, but there will be no passage between this door and that door. Because all positions in this world have the same dimension parameter, I will use this word to describe the difference in coordinates between different worlds for now. You will know soon that I did not lie to you. While Lin Lin spoke, she gently slid her fingers on the tablet, then adjusted the energy output frequency from the bottom to the maximum. The antimatter energy output is stable, and portal 1 is opening. The neutrino beam is releasing. Jiang Chen saw an eerie blue light that suddenly burst out from the door on the left. Circles of translucent light particles were like ripples that converged from all sides to the center. The ripples that collided did not spread. Instead, as if they had disappeared into thin air or swallowed by non-existent cracks, they were annihilated in this world. Door 1 is fully activated. The energy output environment is normal, the operating condition is stable, activating door 2. Received, door 2 is being activated. A sister not far away pressed a button on the touchpad. The capacitor connected to the antimatter energy tank began to charge, and soon as the first door opened, faint blue light particles also began to cover the second door. However, the second door was drastically different compared to the first door, as the ripples did not spread from the door frame to the center, but rather released from the center outwards. The blue mirror-like surface looked like a rock being thrown into a lake, and ripples appeared out from thin air and spread out from the center. At this time, Jiang Chen suddenly noticed that the frequency of the ripples of door 1 and door 2 was identical. When a circle of ripples disappeared in the center of door 1, a circle of ripples appeared in the center of door 2. Lin Lin turned around and raised her eyebrows while she looked at Jiang Chen. The expression seemed to say, "Are you ready?" Jiang Chen did not mind the way Lin Lin looked at him, but rather, he stared at the pour intently. At this moment, he suddenly noticed something strange. The pour, which was originally as flat as a mirror, suddenly started to twist, and cracks formed in the middle. Door 2 is, alarm, the neutrino oscillation frequency is abnormal. Energy output is reduced. As Lin Lin listened to the report from her sisters, she was obviously taken aback. This situation had obviously exceeded her expectations, and she muttered in a quiet voice. "What's going on? Why did the door become like this?" Jiang Chen frowned slightly and asked immediately. "What happened?" I don't know, this has never happened in the calculations." Lin Lin's expression was a little flustered, and she suddenly turned around and gave Jiang Chen a fierce look. "It's all your fault, all because of that bad idea." After she dropped this sentence, she also realized that she did not have time to hesitate. The speed of neutrinos being launched was becoming more and more uncoordinated, and irregular cracks began to appear in the middle. Immediately lowered the neutrino emission frequency of door 2. Lin Lin thought that as long as the frequency of the 2 doors was adjusted to the same, theoretically, the doors could return to stability. Received, it is being lowered, warning, the neutrino output frequency is abnormal, and the frequency of door 2 is attenuated equally. Now, Lin Lin panicked. What's going on? Jiang Chen looked at the increasingly unstable door and could not stop himself from asking the question. He felt chills down his spine. Will this thing explode? Theoretically not, Lin Lin said in a hesitant tone and a look of awkwardness, but, this situation is obviously beyond theory. Fu *k. Jiang Chen also started to panic. He didn't want to risk his and Lin Lin's life. Also, there was hundreds of grams of antimatter. If it really blew up, it could blow up the entire city. Hurry up and cut off the power. Okay, Lin Lin only managed to say half of okay, before a dazzling white light instantly lit up between the two doors. Jiang Chen subconsciously raised his hands, turned around, and covered his eyes. Lin Lin yelled out while she crouched on the ground and covered her head with the tablet. Her sisters just stood there calmly. Either because their reflex was half a beat too slow, or because it was too late to react. When the light dissipated, and Jiang Chen realized that he hadn't been torn to pieces by the explosion, he slowly moved his arms away and opened his eyes. When he looked at the two doors, he was stunned. A dim film, like soap bubbles blown by a child, outlined a transparent light path between the two doors. A series of speeding light particles outlined the trajectory of the space in the tunnel and extended from the first door to the second door. It was just like a tunnel that actually exists. What is that? Jiang Chen patted the shivering shoulder that was beside him while he stared at the neutrino tunnel blankly. He tried to wake Lin Lin to answer his confusion. However, he was doomed to be disappointed, because everything that just happened was beyond the scope of Lin Lin's comprehension. When Lin Lin felt the temperature on her shoulder, he shivered, and then she slowly lowered the tablet that was on her head. The moment she saw that tunnel, she was equally if not more shocked than Jiang Chen. She muttered uncontrollably. How can it be? What is this? The abnormal effects of the two doors completely changed Lin Lin's understanding. The two doors in the same world did not form a tunnel that could cross the dimension, but on the contrary, it created a tunnel within the same dimension. In order to prove the physical characteristics of this tunnel, Lin Lin tried to control the drone that carried a cage with a hamster and piloted the drone from door 1 to door 2, then from door 2 to door 1 again. However, after several tries of the experiment, it did not prove the effect of this tunnel. It only proved that this neutrino tunnel did not have a negative impact on living organisms. The little hamster on the drone still bounced around, lively and energetic. He took the hamster out from the cage and held it in his palm. Perhaps it was frightened by the two black eyes, the hamster shrank into a ball and trembled in Jiang Chen's hand. Lin Lin stood there unwillingly and repeatedly performed various experiments on the two doors. She turned off the power, then turned it back on again. However, the reality proved that this phenomenon was not accidental. No matter how many times she repeated the experiment, as long as the neutrino frequency between the two doors was identical, the ripples that moved to the middle opened outward, and diffused into a light cone made out of neutrino formed a tunnel between the two doors. For the time being, I'm not sure what effect this neutrino tunnel will have. The only thing that can be confirmed now is that the tunnel is harmless. Lin Lin gave up in defeat and let out a sigh, then she shook her head. I cannot verify the maximum distance between the two doors. I can only ask you to experiment in that world. With consideration to the curvature of the Earth, it was difficult to experiment with the influence of distance on the neutrino tunnel on Earth. It was only possible to find a sufficiently long and straight distance in the vast universe, as well as eliminate the intermediate medium's interference with the experiment. Lin Lin wanted to know the limit of this tunnel, as well as the formula between tunnel length, neutrino density, and input energy. Okay, I will let the Special Projects Research Institute handle this experiment, Jiang Chen said casually while he played with the hamster in his hand. By the way, do you think it has anything to do with time? The lab turned silent. It was not only Lin Lin, but Lin Yi and Lin Lin's other sisters all looked at him at the same time. When he felt the gazes focused on him, he was slightly taken back and he subconsciously touched his face. Is there something on my face? Lin Lin and Lin Yi both shook their heads and continued to stare at him. I just realized, Lin Lin murmured, her eyes gradually bloomed with a hint of splendor, you are simply a genius. Lin Yi agrees with my sister's point of view. Lin Yi, who was beside her, also nodded quickly, like a chicken that pecked at rice, you are absolutely a genius. Put the stopwatch on the drone and start the experiment again. Lin Lin looked at the sister controlling the drone and immediately ordered, record the time it takes the drone to pass through the tunnel, and test whether the time parameters decayed or increased. Roger that. A stopwatch was hung on the chassis of the drone, and it once again appeared at the entrance to door 1. Lin Lin and her sister looked at each other, communicated through their connected neural network, and started the operation at the same time. The two stopwatches were pressed at the same time, and simultaneously, the drone went into door 1 and flew into door 2 inside the tunnel. Jiang Chen silently counted to 20, watched Lin Lin's sister catch the drone at the other end, and then pressed the stopwatch at the same time as Lin Lin. When the two stopwatches were put together, Jiang Chen and Lin Lin were both stunned and looked at each other. The stopwatch on the drone showed 24 seconds, while the stopwatch in Lin Lin's hand showed 23 seconds. Obviously, the two stopwatches were pressed at the same time, but the time experienced by the drone was 1 second longer than the outside world. The two exchanged eye contact again, and both saw the shock in each other's eyes. Where did this extra second come from? No matter where that second came from, at least it was not because of errors. Later, Lin Lin repeated the experiment many times again and collected dozens of data points through the speed of the drone and the length of the tunnel. The final result showed that this phenomenon was not a coincidence. The matter moving with the direction of neutrino in the tunnel had indeed traveled through more time. Although they did not invent the teleporting portal in sci-fi movies, this discovery was equally shocking. In the neutrino tunnel, the material moving in the direction of the neutrino experienced more time than the outside world. And this also meant that the material moving in the neutrino tunnel moved faster than the outside world. How should this phenomenon be interpreted? It was actually easy to understand. For the same distance, the material in the neutrino tunnel only experienced 1 second of outside time, but the material inside had already moved for 1.1 seconds. Although the material's motion properties did not change, from the outside's perspective, the distance the object passed per unit time increased, so the speed of the object relative to the outside world naturally became faster. Celestial trade could build 2 or more portals with this technology between the Earth and Mars, and then use the time growth nature of the neutrino channel. The journey that would have taken a week to complete could perhaps be completed in 3 days, outside time, or even 1 day. It was not yet possible to determine the specific formulas for movement speed and time growth, but according to the results of 2 repeated experiments, the relationship between time and speed in the neutrino tunnel was exactly the opposite of the conclusion in the special theory of relativity. That was, the faster the speed in the neutrino tunnel, the greater the time growth effect obtained. After the speed reached a threshold, the growth effect would also reach a threshold. Based on Lin Lin's speculation, the threshold value could be the speed of neutrino or the speed of light. If this was before the war, my research results would definitely be recorded in history. Lin Lin walked to Jiang Chen while she muttered to him, she felt like she was born in the wrong times. However, Jiang Chen only glared at her and ignored her boastfulness. It was not the first time she showed off. With everything else not considered, without the Gaia civilization's research data on neutrinos, could she think of this? At this moment, Lin Lin asked abruptly. By the way, what are you going to do? What am going to do? Jiang Chen asked. Are you planning to take all of us from that world, or? Lin Lin didn't finish the second half of the sentence and just blinked at Jiang Chen. Obviously, she was unsure about this question either. After he thought for a moment, he responded. It depends on you. It depends on us. If you are willing to go with me, then I will take you there, Jiang Chen said with straightforwardness. What if I don't want to go back? Then I will visit often. Hey! What do you mean, just this reaction? You're not even going to persuade me? Lin Lin looked at Jiang Chen, dissatisfied, and punched him on the back in anger. Haha, there are endless puddings in that world. Whether you want mango flavor or strawberry flavor, there will definitely be enough. Do I need to persuade you? Jiang Chen laughed and walked through the gate of the research institute to the backyard of the mansion. When Jiang Chen and Lin Lin returned to the mansion, they happened to bump into Sun Jiao and Xiaoro, who also just came back. Without any words, the pretty figure leaped into his arms. Xiaoro, in a lavender dress, smiled with her lips closed while she looked at her older sister who hung on to Jiang Chen. It was a scene that she hadn't seen for a long time, and her sister had certainly endured for a long time, since Jiang Chen returned back to the modern world. During dinner, Yao Yao showed off her cooking skill and cooked a table full of delicious dishes. After the whole family had a cheerful dinner together, Jiang Chen called Sun Jiao to the office. The technical problem of the interdimensional transport device has been solved. I mean transporting living things. Sun Jiao was slightly taken aback when she heard Jiang Chen's words, then her pupils gradually became stained with a layer of excited mist. She asked softly in a slightly trembling voice and an uncertain tone. Really? It's real. Jiang Chen nodded. The quiet atmosphere lingered for a long time in the room. I'm too excited, I don't know what to say. Sun Jiao gently wiped the tears from the corners of her eyes, sniffed her nose, and smiled from the bottom of her heart. I want to take you to live there. Jiang Chen looked out the window with his arm wrapped around the slender waist. Outside the window was the dome that covered the entire Wanghai. Even in the deep and dark night, there was a dim light. The high-rise buildings not far away were being lit up with colorful lights. Not long ago, NAC engineers repaired the nuclear power plant in the suburbs of Wanghai, and power was restored in some urban areas. The city had started to recover. The fire of civilization, centered around this city, had started to radiate in all directions. He gained a lot from this world, and the order he brought to this world was worthy of the part he gained. But there was some unwillingness in him to really give up this world. It was the place he once fought. His statue stood tall in the square of Fishbone Base. Everyone praised his name, even in the distant south, the dictators that feared him were in awe of this name. Chicken bones. Probably was the best analogy to this. Tasteless when chewed on, but a pity to just throw them away. Sun Jiao gazed into Jiang Chen's eyes and looked at the city reflected in his starry eyes. She gently placed her head against his shoulder, and whispered, Do you not want to leave this place? Jiang Chen smiled softly. You are like a roundworm in my stomach. Of course, after all, I'm the first woman in your life. There was a hint of triumph in her tone that belonged to a woman that loved him dearly, as well as a hint of joy. As he looked at the beautiful face, Jiang Chen couldn't help but smile. Then, he gently stroked her soft and luscious hair. At this moment, the door of the office was slightly opened. When his gaze met with the bright pupils outside the door, he immediately guessed who the person was. Ahem, Xiaoro, just come in if you want to hear the conversation. Jiang Chen coughed, there is no need to stand at the door. Xiaoro playfully stuck out her tongue when she was caught, and with her hands behind her back, she stepped into the office. I felt that the way you looked was a bit off today, so I was a little worried, so I came to see. Her finger twirled with her hair while she looked at Jiang Chen, slightly embarrassed. But her eyes, as cunning as a little fox, rolled, then focused back on her older sister and smiled, but it seems that Xiaoro's worry seems to be unnecessary. It just so happens that you are here, so I'll let you know too. Jiang Chen and Sun Jiao exchanged eye contact, then continued, the technical problem of interdimensional travel with people has been solved. I plan to take your sister to that world and of course you. I will ask for your opinion. If you want to stay, we will come back to see you often. You know my choice, do you still need to ask such a question? She stared at Jiang Chen with her bright eyes, and with her lips closed, she smiled. In response to the bright gaze, Jiang Chen said softly, "Thank you. Don't thank me." Compared to her usual mischievous smile, Xiaorou's smile was charmingly bright. "It should be me that is saying thanks. You saved me. If you're going to take my sister and leave me here, I won't forgive you." As Jiang Chen looked at Xiaorou blankly, he suddenly felt that her smile was so dazzling. The other question that's bothering brother-in-law is actually very easy to solve. With her finger gently pressed against her lower lip, Xiaorou smiled, "I can probably guess what brother-in-law is hesitating about. Are you also a roundworm in my stomach?" Jiang Chen said helplessly. "Did I write all these things on my face?" "Of course, my sister and I share the same thought." Xiaorou walked next to her sister, then hugged her from behind, and put her chin on her sister's shoulder. "As long as you and your sister work harder to give birth to a healthy baby." The next morning, Jiang Chen rubbed his sleepy eyes and sat up from the bed. After he glanced at the two beautiful girls beside him, as well as the sweet smile on their faces, he couldn't help but also smile at this scene. He covered them under the blanket, got off the bed, put clothes on, and walked into the bathroom feeling a bit shaky. Only in this world could he experience this feeling of being completely drained. After he splashed cold water on his face, he rubbed his face vigorously, then shook his slightly dizzy brain. He finally felt a bit better. Speaking of which, I did agree with Lin this morning to test interdimensional travel on living creatures. I wonder what time it is. As he muttered to himself, Jiang Chen looked in the mirror. Just as he was about to do his hair, he suddenly froze in place. Two smooth legs dangled off the edge of the toilet, and pink underwear with a strawberry pattern was drooped around the ankles. Her cute face gradually turned to red when they exchanged eye contact. Yao Yao quickly looked away like a frightened deer and sat there silently while she blushed. Her plan seemed to be ignoring what just happened. Just as Jiang Chen was about to leave the washroom, he suddenly heard Lin's voice. "Yao Yao, are you done?" Yao Yao blushed and couldn't finish her sentence as she panicked. "Well, I don't care, I'm just going to wash my face and then go." I've seen everything I should see anyway, don't be shy, I'm coming in." Jiang Chen really wanted to question when she saw everything that she should see, but obviously now was not the right time. The half-closed door was pushed open. When Yao Yao saw Jiang Chen in the washroom, as well as Yao Yao with her underwear around her ankles, Yao Yao's face flushed. "Pervert!" Lin exclaimed, and without giving Jiang Chen a chance to explain, she ran away. At first, when Jiang Chen saw Lin blush and run away, his first reaction was to chase after her to explain that it was not she thought. He had just woke up and felt a bit dizzy, plus the fact that Yao Yao did not close the door properly, and then she ran in like that. To see the rather explicit scene. But soon, Jiang Chen came back to his senses. Why should I explain? After he thought about this, he immediately gave up the idea to catch up to Lin, took a towel to wipe his face, then gave Yao Yao a smile and left the washroom without any guilt. Funny. You've seen everything you should have seen, me too. When he recalled the last time he showered with Yao Yao, he felt there was a warm liquid in his nose. It had to be the fact that he didn't eat breakfast. Jiang Chen then went to the kitchen to grab some food before he headed to the Lin Institute. Sure enough, Lin fled here. After she saw Jiang Chen, she made a grimace at him without saying much. After she snorted, she walked to the elevator. Based on what they had agreed on, today was going to be the day they conduct interdimensional travel for living things. First, Jiang Chen took the portal that had been configured and traveled to the modern world, then with the help of Lilith, they completed the installation of the door with Lin's instructions at dinner last night. Jiang Chen sent a text message to Lilith and asked her to wait for him at Coconut Island the next morning. If he took consideration of the time difference, she was probably already waiting by now. After he placed the door and related components into the storage dimension, he went back to the modern world. When he reappeared in the warehouse on Coconut Island, as he expected, Lilith had waited for a long time. "Assemble these, right?" As Lilith watched Jiang Chen place the circular door, as well as the packaged components from the storage dimension to the ground, she said without any expression while she sat on a box of canned food and swung her legs. "Yes, the instructions have been uploaded to your server." Jiang Chen wiped the sweat from his forehead after he had finally finished. "I will hand over the control authority of the engineering robots in the warehouse. Since I can't understand the manual anyway, I won't mess around with it." A very wise decision. Lilith, who sat on the box of canned food, closed her eyes. The 4 engineering robots in the corner of the warehouse slowly stood up, the sliding wheels on their feet started to rotate as they moved to the parts. For advanced artificial intelligence, it was extremely simple to simultaneously operate 4 robots at the same time. Soon, with the close cooperation of 4 engineering robots, Door 2 was reassembled. As Lilith, who jumped from the cardboard box, stepped forward and pressed the power button, layers of ripples emerged from the center of the portal and spread towards the door frame. The ripples formed a curtain made out of blue light. "This is the neutrino tunnel." Surprised to see the mirror surface composed of gleaming blue light particles, Lilith moved her hand closer, but when she touched the mirror surface, she felt like she touched an invisible wall. "The tunnel is one way, Door 2 is equivalent to an exit." While he spoke, he turned on the holographic screen and activated the interdimensional communication chip. Soon, Lin Lin, who held the tablet terminal, appeared on the other side of the screen, and behind her was the activated Door 1. Circles of light blue ripples rushed to the center of the portal and were swallowed into the invisible gap. "Door 2 is stable, what about your side?" Lin Lin asked. "This side is okay too. The coordinate parameters have been sent to you." Jiang Chen made an OK gesture and then pointed to his watch. Lin Lin clicked the email on the tablet, carefully checked the parameters, confirmed that there were no issues, then gestured to Lin Yi. Soon, a drone with a hamster cage hanging from the bottom flew towards the door. Under the tense gazes of everyone, the drone and the cage disappeared into the light curtain formed of neutrinos. Lin Lin hurriedly looked at Door 2 on the holographic screen, and as the blue light erupted, a drone dashed out from the light. In an instant, excited cheers rang around the lab. "We did it! We did it!" Lin Lin waved her arms in excitement and almost threw her tablet away. Then she hugged her sister Lin Yi tightly. When she saw the lively hamster on the holographic screen, her tensed mind could finally relax. There was nothing wrong with her formula. Although when she saw the path of light yesterday, she wondered if she made an error in a parameter. The door reversed its direction and Jiang Chen took the hamster back to the apocalypse. The hamster who was dragged back and forth between dimensions was completely confused by the situation. He just allowed Lin Lin's sisters to play with him. As a hamster that experienced the ebbs and flows of the world, he no longer felt odd with all the strange things that have happened to him. While Lin Lin's sisters checked the physical condition of the hamster, Lin Lin did several repeated experiments on the door. She not only tested a hamster, but also a monkey. She even used a mutant and other species with stronger life signals as samples for the experiment. The final result was unexpectedly perfect. The results proved that the neutrino tunnel did not have an impact on the health of living things. In order to eliminate the possibility of 1 in 10,000, Lin Lin also started an experiment with humans under Jiang Chen's instruction. The participants in the experiment were soldiers in the general's guard. These people were absolutely loyal fighters. Their loyalty was absolute. They would keep the experiment a secret regardless of what they encounter. However, to be on the safe side, Jiang Chen carefully inspected the contents of the warehouse to eliminate the possibility of anything that revealed the timeline. After the preparations were complete, the human subjects quickly came to the site. Yang Guangrui, the 4th Unit of General's Guards, reporting for duty. A young man in his 20s, around 1.7 meters tall, with his back straightened stood here. At this moment, he proudly stood here while he saluted to Jiang Chen. Jiang Chen nodded, then looked at the brave young man with approval. Although it has been tested with other organisms, and we have reached a completely safe conclusion, it is the first time we are conducting the experiment with a human, and there are risks. Before the experiment starts, I must inform you of this. Please rest assured, General, I am mentally prepared. Although your courage is commendable, there is no need to look like you're about to die the next second. Jiang Chen muttered in his mind, nodded to Lin Lin next to him, and started the final experiment. Is this, your world? Sun Jiao looked out the window blankly and the word astonishment was written all of her face. The blue sky and seagulls were intertwined into a picture scroll, giant coconuts grew on the coconut trees, and behind the golden beach was the endless ocean. The waves were white and so were the clouds. There were no bloodthirsty mutants here, nor zombies that lurked around for the perfect opportunity. Everything here was full of life, without the slightest trace of the withered yellow. For Sun Jiao, who was born in a fallout shelter, everything here resembled heaven. Living in such a world made people envious. Sun Jiao murmured softly. Tell me, this is all of your world, on the contrary, this is only a corner of the world. There is another world beyond the blue sky. Our colonies have expanded to Himalaya and are moving to further places. All hidden dangers have been eliminated by us before they happened. This is a new era and the tragedy that happened in that world will not happen again here. As Jiang Chen said this, he smiled, walked to the door, and gently opened it. Come with me, I will take you to see my world. 1 meter of sunlight passed through the door, and the salty sea breeze blew right against her face. With the feeling of warmth that caressed her hair, her eyes were filled with hope and fascination as she walked towards the beach. After she kicked away her shoes and her feet stepped onto the soft sand, she ran to the beach in excitement. However, when one of her feet stepped into the water, she hesitated again and took a step back, looked back at Jiang Chen, and asked in a quiet voice, Here, there are really no mutants, right? The nests of mud crabs were most likely to appear in shallow water. As a veteran lone traveler, it was her instinct to stay away from the sea. Jiang Chen couldn't stop himself and laughed when he saw how cautious Sun Jiao looked. While he chuckled, I promise, there is no such thing. At most, you will run into sharks. The purpose of mentioning sharks was just to scare her. There were no sharks in the water near Coconut Island. Even if sharks approached this area, they were forced away by ultrasound on the submersible drones patrolling in the deep water. Then I can rest assured, Sun Jiao patted her chest and a sincere smile appeared on her face, if it's just sharks, I'm not afraid. She was indeed a warrior from the apocalypse. After he failed to imagine the scene where she tore apart a shark with her hands. He shook his head and stopped picturing it in his mind. As he watched Sun Jiao giggle inside the waves, he suddenly remembered something and reminded her. By the way, if you want to play at the beach, you have to pay attention to one more thing. Sun Jiao stopped playing in the water, flipped her wet hair, then looked seriously at Jiang Chen while she waited for him to finish. There is no radioactive dust here, so the ultraviolet rays will be much stronger than the apocalypse, Jiang Chen continued and smiled, if you don't want to get sunburned, you'd better put some sunscreen on your body. Sun Jiao burst out laughing, rolled her eyes charmingly, and turned around. I want you to help me put it on. Probably this time yesterday, his guard was blindfolded throughout the entire process and cooperated with Lin Lin to complete the final experiment on the door. After a day of clinical analysis and questioning the participant, the conclusions reached finally made Jiang Chen and Lin Lin smile from the bottom of their heart. There is no feeling, the only uncomfortable thing is that the temperature suddenly increased by a bit, and the air suddenly became a little fresher. The guard named Yang Guangrui had a regretful expression on his face. Originally, he thought that he would perform some dangerous and glorious task on behalf of the general, but he did not expect the mission was just to enter and exit a luminous door while blindfolded. Then he took blood tests and laid down in the scanning cabin for a comprehensive examination. In the end, he was inexplicably awarded a battle medal and praised by the general. In short, when he came out of the Lin Institute, the guard was full of questions and confusion. Then, Jiang Chen couldn't wait to tell the girls the good news, and now, the originally empty and deserted beach was filled with liveliness and chatters. Whoa! The ocean! Lin, with a swimming ring wrapped around her, wore a swimsuit that did not look attractive yet and ran to the beach in excitement. Sister, slow down, we already agreed that we must maintain a proper image in this world. Xiao, who wore a lavender swimsuit, walked forward gracefully with her arms folded in front of her chest. She followed her sister with a smile. I've read it in the book. People in ancient times prefer the quiet and elegant type. Huh? Is that true? Sun Jiao, who often appeared heroic, started to panic at this moment. She suddenly slowed down and decided not to chase after Lin, and looked to Jiang Chen somewhat unconfidently. Jiang Chen wanted to mock what kind of ancient novel Xiao read, but after he thought about the fact that the timelines were completely different, he gave up on the idea. Are you not going to swim? It's too difficult for Yao Yao. Yao Yao smiled weakly, hugged her knees, and sat under the umbrella. The iced watermelon juice is also delicious. Yao Yao will just sit here. Because they stayed at home all year round, if Sun Jiao and the others did not get enough UV exposure, then Yao Yao was too pale to the point that people were concerned about her health. This level of sunlight had an instant kill effect on those who stayed at home all day, so it was better to adapt slowly. You will need to get more sunlight in the future, Jiang Chen said with a smile while he rubbed Yao Yao's fluffy hair. I will try my best. Yao Yao mumbled while she sucked on the watermelon juice. Lilith next to her had her arms folded in front of her while she stood there without an expression and observed the situation. Of all the people here, she was the only one who is not afraid of the UV. But considering that the chip overheating could cause potential problems, she decided to stay under the umbrella. Lilith asked a question abruptly. Can water make people excited? It's not water that makes people excited, he smiled and watched Xiao, who was tackled to the ground by her sister that managed to read her trick. Xiao started to giggle and begged for mercy as Jiang Chen narrowed his eyes and explained, it's the sea. Is there any difference between the two? Lilith tilted her head, which indicated that she could not understand the pun in Jiang Chen's language. I thought you could understand. Even for advanced artificial intelligence, I need to learn it before I can understand it, Lilith said seriously, so, I hope you can tell me. What does water mean to you? Jiang Chen asked back. It means trouble, Lilith replied without thinking. It would be inconvenient to get wet. This is the difference between man and machine. The first element of human behavior is never efficiency or even profit. Jiang Chen laughed, took off his shirt and exposed his muscles, and looked at Yao Yao, who blushed. Then he looked back at Lilith, you'll learn slowly, you still have a lot of time. After he left Lilith, who stood motionlessly and deep in thought, he walked towards the beach. In the modern world. Under the command of the Celestial Trade Space Command Center, Stingray C-1s were ejected one by one at the launch port into the boundless starry universe and flew towards the area tens of kilometers away. It was a giant ring that just parked there. It remained relatively static with the Earth. It moved around the Earth and rotated around the Sun. The ring was so small, so minuscule, that it was easy to miss without closer examination. But from a closer perspective, the ring looked massive, massive to the point that the Seagull-class transport was just like a goldfish in a net bag, and the Stingray C-1s that moved around it were just like mosquitoes around a street lamp. It was a construction site. The blue electric sparks connected together and illuminated the space, with hundreds of Stingrays C-1 simultaneously working together, and the steel skeletons were welded together to form the outline of the giant circular portal. Based on Celestial Trade's plan for the Stellar System Highway Network, a total of 4 sets of star portals would be deployed between the Earth-Moon system and Mars. Each set would include 2 portals, with 1 portal for each direction, parallel to each other. 2 of the sets would move with the Earth-Moon system and Mars, while the other 2 sets would move in the region between Earth and Mars to act as satellites that orbit around the Sun in the Solar System. The neutrino emission frequency of these star portals was lower. In contrast, the emission intensity was much higher in order to extend the neutrino channel to farther places while it avoided interference with the portal between the modern world and the apocalypse. A Holy Shield module would be installed on each star portal to defend against asteroid impact from multiple angles. In the conservative estimation, once the neutrino tunnel began to operate, the time to travel between Earth and Heavenly Palace City would be shortened by at least 50%. Based on the prospect of space engine technology, this time would continue to shorten. Because of the principle of time expansion in the neutrino tunnel, the faster the speed, the more time saved. Not far away, a Seagull-class transport ship, with the blessings of the people of all countries, slowly sailed away from the port of Celestial City. In addition to the 500 crew members, 200 colonists were also on the ship. They carried the future of Earth civilization to the unknown and barren land, and they would explore more territories for the civilization. The destination was Europa. The fabled planet covered by glaciers. What's there? Star portal. The man with wrinkles on his face watched the ring outside the floor-to-ceiling window, and there was relief and fascination in his eyes. Stellar System Highway Network. He was the governor of the Himalaya colony and his name was Peng Wei. He was a native of Xi'an and was selected by votes through Earth Defense Alliance. Although Hua and Russia both wanted this position, they considered that only Celestial Trade had the talent pool in this area, so they decided to not compete in the end. Next to the man was a slightly younger man named Yu Dongyang, an astronaut from Hua. He was also a leader of the Hua colony in the Himalaya project. Based on the different policies of each country, the functions of the leaders were also slightly different. For example, this man's role was more similar to a political commissar. After Yu Dongyang heard such exciting news, he looked a little surprised. Is it okay to tell me this kind of information? No worries, Peng Wei shrugged and said in a relaxed tone, anyway, we didn't intend to hide it from the beginning. You only need to find the correct position to see it with a telescope. As a senior executive of Celestial Trade, Peng Wei was only aware of this plan. The technology of the star portal seemed to be related to the prehistoric technology unearthed on Mars. Of course, this information was confidential, so he did not speak more with Mr. Yu Dongyang. At 1340, Xi'an time, the SS Columbus departed from the port of Celestial City and headed to Jupiter. The 500 crew members and 200 colonists on board made a final farewell to their relatives on Earth. The TV showed an image of the SS Columbus setting off. The blue light arc flickered, and the starship that completed its acceleration phase left a single dot of blue that gradually merged into the universe. Jiang Chen sat beside the wooden table in front of the TV while Yao Yao and Xiaoro, in beautiful swimsuits, brought a delicious breakfast to the table. Their beautiful and delicious appearance made Jiang Chen feel full already. They were at a small wooden cabin on Coconut Island. In the past few days, they had lived there. There was a kitchen, bedrooms, washrooms in this cabin, and even an artificial hot spring made with stones in the backyard. The cabin was built about a year ago for the girls. Because from the beginning, Jiang Chen decided to use this small island as a node to connect the two worlds. A week had passed since Sun Jiao and the girls came to this world. In the past week, Jiang Chen mainly taught them some common sense about the world. For example, killing was illegal, fighting was prohibited, intrusion was a crime, and everything had to be paid for with money. There were no predators and no cannibals here. Everyone here was mostly reasonable and did not resort to violence in a disagreement. If there was really a criminal, the police drone would be dispatched in 10 seconds. Most of the information was intended for Sun Jiao and Xiaoro. Only those two were from the wasteland in the true sense. Yao Yao and Lin Lin came from pre-war in different ways. After he taught Sun Jiao and others basic knowledge, Jiang Chen also introduced them to things that everyone would know. For example, the countries in the world, things like phones and laptops that were mostly eliminated in the 22nd century. TV was one of the channels used to obtain information. There was also the phantom helmet. Now Sun Jiao could finally not play games on LAN. After she bugged and begged Jiang Chen for a long time, Jiang Chen finally agreed to migrate her account data to Godly Land. But after she discovered the more interesting Galaxy Edge, she immediately abandoned Godly Land that she was already bored of. Breakfast was oatmeal, milk, and sandwiches stuffed with many things. It was very healthy. Oh, what is that? When Sun Jiao saw the tower that extended down to earth, and the huge ring that surrounded the tall tower, her eyes widened, then she put her face right up against the TV. Lin Lin, while she bit on her spoon, cast a sideways look at Sun Jiao. She snorted, then said proudly. "That's a space elevator, idiot." Before the war, there were 3 space elevators in South Asia, near Somalia, and in South America. Lin Lin and Yao Yao were not unfamiliar with space elevators, because it was not a rare technology before the war. Originally, Lin Lin planned to show off in front of Sun Jiao, but soon, under the suppression of the former's unkind sight, the latter shrank her neck and raised her hand to surrender. When they swam yesterday, Sun Jiao and Xiao mischievously snatched her swimming ring and caused her to flutter in the water for a long time. The thought still made Lin Lin scared. The harmonious atmosphere around the table made the corner of his lips slightly bent upwards. After they had breakfast, Jiang Chen gently put the spoon down, wiped his mouth, and pondered for a while before he said the words he had hesitated to say for a long time. "Tomorrow, I plan to take you, to get to know them." Chapter 15:26 Eventually, they're going to meet. When Jiang Chen said this, the room became quiet. The atmosphere in the room turned a bit serious. When he realized that everyone in the room looked at him nervously, he paused for a moment, then gently coughed. Is there a problem?" Sun Jiao's expression was slightly embarrassed as her fingers twiddled with her bang. She said while she felt restless. I'm not ready yet." Oh, it's the women of the big pervert in this world, right?" While Lin Lin nodded, she nonchalantly stuffed a piece of bread into her mouth, then abruptly said, "Pervert." Yao Yao didn't speak, and instead, she buried her head lower. Her attention was no longer on the milk in the bowl, but she began to eavesdrop with her ears raised. She was so focused that she accidentally sent the milk into her nose and splashed it all over her face. As for Lilith, she still sat there without an expression while she observed the room. "Aisha, right? If I remember correctly," and Xia Xiu, Xiao gently put down her utensil, she pressed her finger against her lower lip as she said thoughtfully, "Who should I choose?" "Who to choose?" Jiang Chen looked confused. He had a bad feeling. Future building, top floor office. Just like her usual workdays, Xia Xiu worked in future building. "Ms. Xia, this is the Bering Strait project summary." The white-collar lady in professional office clothes put a document in front of Xia Xiu. Sundax Group ordered 90,000 tons of graphene materials and 1.2 million tons of anti-corrosion cement, and subsea construction equipment from us. Future Heavy Industries has made the necessary adjustment to its production capacity. The CEO hopes that you can complete the approval of this project as soon as possible. This is a deal worth 30 billion USD, I see. Put it here for now, Xia Xiu said concisely. "Okay." The office lady nodded, and after she put down the file, she left the room. Xia Xiu leaned back against the chair, then rubbed her head. As she flipped open the document, she picked up the steaming coffee with her left hand and took a sip. Although the Bering Strait project was a symbol of the friendship between the UAE and Russia after Trump visited Russia, this project was actually led by Jiang Chen, who operated it behind the scene. It was precisely because of this that Xia Xiyu was extremely cautious about this project. Future Group was like her and Jiang Chen's child. She watched the company gradually grow from a tech company into the behemoth today. For her, it was everything to her career. After she carefully reviewed every word on the document, Xia Xiyu picked up the pen and signed her name at the bottom of the document. Then, as if she just unloaded a heavy burden, she exhaled deeply and leaned back into her chair. Although it only took half an hour to review the document, she had multiple meetings last week over this project. And this document was modified countless times, especially after Celestial Trade suddenly announced Stellar System Highway Network some time ago, and future heavy industries production capacity had to be prioritized to that project. Fortunately, without any setbacks, the project document was finalized. Maybe I should give myself a vacation tomorrow, and get Aisha to go shopping with me. Xia Xiyu put her arms up and stretched out while she planned in her head. The most troublesome project approval for the Bering Strait project was finally completed, and there were no important meetings in the next few days on her schedule. It was a great choice to go shopping with Aisha, and it was one of the few leisure activities Xia Xiyu did in her free time. Aisha's strong sense of fashion was worthy to be Xia Xiyu's master. In contrast, Xia Xiyu's style was her weakness. Apart from some dresses in her closet, the rest were all professional attire. Even her mom scolded her over this and said that she did not dress feminine enough, and that was why she still couldn't take down Jiang Chen yet. Okay, Mom. Xia Xiyu really wanted to tell her mom that her daughter was already taken down by him. But because she didn't know how to explain the relationship between herself and Jiang Chen, as well as the agreement with Aisha and Natasha, she chose to conceal the information and left everything to time. Now that she recalled it, it had been many years since that day. Xia Xiyu's thoughts started to diverge as her body began to relax. She couldn't remember how she changed her mindset, recognized Aisha's identity, and started to share Jiang Chen with her. However, she did remember that her mind was quite confused at that time, but ultimately made that decision. But now, she did not regret her decision. She was surprisingly satisfied with her current life. Aisha was as gentle as a little lamb, and never fought with her. And she had to admit that if it was just herself, it would be really difficult to satisfy a certain pervert. After she thought of something unhealthy, Xia Xiyu suddenly blushed, and she shook her head quickly to get rid of the warm and fuzzy feeling and that smirking face from her head. She was usually very serious and never took a break during work hours. It was because of her attitude that all the employees respected her. If someone saw her like this, then the image she managed for so long would be completely destroyed. Unfortunately, at this time, the phone started to ring. Xia Xiyu hurriedly sat up from the chair, sorted out her slightly messy bangs, cleared her throat, restored her unsmiling appearance, and pressed the holographic screen, and spoke seriously. Hello. It's me. From the voice, it was Jiang Chen. After all, he was the only one who could directly call into her office outside of her secretary. But Xia Xiyu felt something was a bit odd because Jiang Chen's voice sounded weird. Is there anything wrong? Didn't you go back there? Xia Xiyu looked to her door, and she changed her words. After all, she was in the office, and her secretary would come back soon to pick up her approved document. She had to be cautious to prevent unnecessary information from being heard by other people. Because of something, I came back early. The expression on his face was a little awkward. He then turned around and stared at Xiao viciously as she was poking his back. Then he cleared his throat and finally made up his mind. The thing I've been talking about has been completed. Which thing? Xia Xiyu had to think. That interdimensional travel, for people. Xia Xiyu was stunned. The silence lasted for half a minute. After she regained her clarity, she immediately spoke. Where are you now? Coconut Island, I'll go see you. Before Jiang Chen could finish, Xia Xiyu hung up the phone and immediately left the room. His actions would eventually come back to bite him. Jiang Chen had been a firm believer in this for a long time. He had imagined countless possibilities for his women from the two dimensions to meet each other, but never imagined that when this day really came, the atmosphere would be so solemn. Yes, solemn. The already not so spacious living room became crowded because of the arrival of Xia Shiyu, Natasha, and Aisha. Aisha and Natasha were obviously brought by Xia Shiyu. Originally, Jiang Chen's plan was to take it one step at a time and start with the most difficult one, but he did not think Xia Shiyu would bring the other two along. The living room was silent to the point where one could hear the sound of a needle drop to the ground. In the end, it was Xia Shiyu, who had the most serious expression, that burst out laughing. The tense atmosphere in the room instantly vanished. Although Xiaoro appeared to be the calmest on the surface, Jiang Chen could still feel from her expression that she just breathed a sigh of relief in her mind. Of course, Lilith was the exception. She was as expressionless as ever from the very start, and quietly observed the situation. "Are you Sun Jiao?" Xia Shiyu looked at Sun Jiao while her bright eyes blinked. She walked up and took her hands. "Can you show me your world?" During the interdimensional communication, Xia Shiyu met Sun Jiao before. Of course. Sun Jiao felt a bit overwhelmed by Xia Shiyu's move. She was slightly embarrassed and subconsciously said, "But there is nothing good to see over there." Xia Shiyu shook her head and smiled, "I want to go and see the world he has struggled in." Obviously, it was a plan that they discussed on the way here. Xia Shiyu's proposal was approved by Aisha and Natasha. Of course, Sun Jiao and the others didn't have any objections. The portal was in the warehouse on Coconut Island. After they passed through the portal, Xia Shiyu and Natasha both simultaneously showed a considerable degree of shock. Aisha was a little better, but she was also shaken. Except for Xia Shiyu, who had chatted with Sun Jiao over the video call, Aisha and Lin Lin were probably most familiar with each other. Every time Jiang Chen returned to the modern world, it was Aisha who reported the status quo to him. Lin Lin took Aisha's hand and led the way to visit her lab. Perhaps it was his illusion. When the girls noticed that there were a group of girls in the lab, Jiang Chen felt that the way Xia Shiyu and Natasha looked at him behind his back was a little strange, and even Aisha looked troubled. Can't they see that they are clones? Jiang Chen wanted to defend himself. Fortunately, Lin Lin explained the situation on his behalf. After they visited the Lin Institute, the group walked through the backyard and into the elegantly decorated mansion, the inheritance left to her by Sun Jiao's father, and it was also where Jiang Chen and Sun Jiao lived in this world. When Natasha stepped on the red carpet, she looked around curiously, touched the things around while she explored the place. "This is where you went every time you disappeared?" "Yes," Jiang Chen glanced at Natasha. "Aren't you surprised? After living together for so long, I already guessed what I can guess. It's just that I didn't expect it to be something so mysterious like another world. I thought it was some kind of alien relics, similar to Area 51 or something." Natasha rolled her eyes at Jiang Chen, then as if she had thought of something, she added, "By the way, if you don't trust me, you can use the truth-telling serum. I didn't take the genetic vaccine anyway, that thing is still effective on me." Because of her previous profession, Natasha was well aware of the concern around her, so she mentioned the topic openly. If Jiang Chen wanted to use the truth-telling serum on her and asked her if she leaked the secret to someone, she would not feel any discomfort. It was also human nature to doubt her. "I wouldn't use that stuff on my own woman." Jiang Chen smiled. The unexpected answer made Natasha look at Jiang Chen in a daze. After a while, she recovered from her dazedness and suddenly smiled with her lips closed. "Can I interpret that as you're trying to improve my impression of you?" "No, it's just that stuff will make your mind more sluggish." Jiang Chen shook his head and said softly, "And I think you should already know your mother's, well, her real cause of death. There is no reason for you to continue to serve the KGB. Have you also investigated?" There was uncertainty in her eyes. Natasha used the word also. There is no need to investigate at all, Jiang Chen sighed softly and said, it's your choice that told me. She was never a timid person, otherwise, she would not have wandered through the war zone all year round to provide intelligence to the KGB. After she returned from Eastern Europe, she chose to retire from the place her mother used to work. If it was because of getting married and feeling tired of the war, it was far from the reason that would make her leave. Her departure could only prove that her country did something to disappoint her. This was also proved in the later investigation by ghost agents. Ms. Nikolaeva was actually a double agent. As for the identity of his wife and the cause of death, Natasha's father, the bearded general, was certainly aware of the situation, and he even personally discussed it. Because it was Team Alpha who did it. I'm going to prepare lunch. As soon as they returned home, Yao Yao quietly said those words and quickly slipped into the kitchen. The aura in the living room was tense, so tense that the little animal felt a bit suffocated. Aisha smiled at the girl that rushed into the kitchen because cute things would always gain the friendliness of others. It just so happened that her cooking skills were also quite good, so Aisha said, I will help her, before she also went into the kitchen. Because Lin Lin was worried that Yao Yao would get bullied, Lin Lin also nervously followed. Of course, the digitalized human who knew nothing about cooking could probably only taste the dishes. Xiao's eyes moved back and forth between her sister and Xia Xiu, then she smiled, walked out of the living room wittily, and left the space for the two. Lilith was zoning out. Since 4 people left, and Jiang Chen took Natasha for a tour around the mansion, the once crowded living room suddenly became quiet. Just when Sun Jiao was hesitant to say something to break the silence, Xia Xiu spoke first. Thank you for taking care of him. Actually, Sun Jiao fiddled with her bangs quite awkwardly, actually, I should be the one that says thanks. Contrary to her previous tough image, although her combat power was superior to the point where Jiang Chen was not even comparable, for some strange reasons, she felt that in front of the woman that came from another world, her identity was less powerful. She always felt that if Jiang Chen had to make a choice between the two worlds, he would definitely choose Xia Xiu's side. In her subconscious, she thought the modern world was better than her world, and she envied everything about that world like heaven. Fortunately, Ms. Xia Xiu seemed to be very friendly, her voice was also very gentle, and her words were very comforting, which made her tense state start to go away. Not at all. Xia Xiu smiled with her lips closed together. I often hear him talk about things in this world, such as how dangerous this place is, how difficult it is to survive against mutants and predators. Do you know what he talks about most? What? Sun Jiao asked instinctively. He told me that he used a can of Coke to buy the lady who tied him up. One corner of Xia Xiu's lips was turned up because of her smile. He said that it was the best deal he made in his life. Sun Jiao laughed out loud and even burst into tears. Xia Xiu also laughed along with her. Because of a topic they shared, the relationship between the two suddenly became closer, and the previous restraint was also diluted with laughter. Sun Jiao also restored her original careless character and was much more talkative than before. The two's conversation naturally revolved around that guy, from the first adventure together in the wasteland to the later expedition to North America, and finally back to the origin of the topic, the moment when the two first met. It's like what that guy would say, and fortunately he ran into me. If it were someone else, so, thank you, Xia Xiu said sincerely, if you made another choice, my destiny would also have gone to another ending. It was not a joke. That night, if Jiang Chen hadn't extended a helping hand to her, even if he just watched as a bystander, her fate would have been extremely miserable. Even today, she still felt gratitude about that day, and her heart was beating to the figure that pulled her back from the abyss. Although her immature self used to be so unkind, but outside of work, she had always been a more emotional woman than rational. As I said, don't thank me. In response to that sincere gaze, Sun Jiao scratched her cheek as they turned red. If you were not there to help him and he just relied on himself, surely there is no way to achieve what he has achieved today. Xia Shiyu read the sincerity in Sun Jiao's eyes. After she stared at her for a while, Xia Shiyu suddenly smiled. I can see that you love him very much. Of course, Sun Jiao said seriously, this is the only thing I won't lose to you. I don't want to make it hard for me, because for him, you are also an important person in his life. Xia Shiyu used the word also cautiously, and after a pause, bit her lower lip and softly said, we. The pretty face gradually turned red. Although she had made up her mind, it was difficult for her to say such an embarrassing topic. She finally stomped her feet, got up from the sofa, and in Sun Jiao's surprised gaze, sat down next to her, and whispered the embarrassing words into her ear, Shiraba, or literal translation, scene of bloodshed. The term originated in Buddhism that described the battlefield where Sakura and Azura fought. It became a term used to describe complicated relationships in romance, such as a love triangle. Or maybe a love circle or octagon in Jiang Chen's case. There were bottles and cans placed around the kitchen, and the fridge was stuffed with different ingredients. From the packaging, most of them came from Xinglong Food Processing. Aisha recognized this brand. It was a food processing plant fully controlled by Celestial Trade, with New Ocean Agricultural as its direct upstream. Most of the processed food was shipped to Coconut Island as military supplies. This is. Aisha picked up a jar she had never seen before, then shook it curiously. The jar contained crystal clear waxy yellow crystals in the jar that looked a lot like honey and a bit like jelly. Ah, that is the crab roe sauce from mud crabs, shipped from North America. North America. It should be the North America of this world. Aisha nodded as she seemed to have understood, unscrewed the jar curiously, and smelled it. It smelled so good. She closed the lid, then put the jar on the shelf. By the way, you are Yao Yao. Are you Aisha? Also, do you want to make curry today? Let's eat hot pot, it's more fun. Then I will cut the meat. Yao Yao hurriedly walked to the fridge and the little hand that pulled on the door shook because of nervousness. Aisha skillfully picked up a kitchen knife and sliced the washed carrots into thin slices. For a while, no one spoke aside except for the rhythmic dong 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 sound of cut vegetables. The conversation seemed to be interrupted, and the atmosphere was a little confusing inside. At this time, the kitchen door was pushed open, and Lin Lin slid into the kitchen. Lin Lin. Why are you here? Yao Yao's eyes opened wide and looked at Lin Lin unexpectedly, because Lin Lin seldom came into the kitchen when she just started cooking, and she often came after she almost finished cooking. The aura in the living room is too tense. Can digitalized humans also feel the aura? Halfway through her sentence in a confused tone, Yao Yao recalled the feeling of being in the living room, then she added in a quiet voice. Well, although I felt the same way too. One corner of Aisha's lips was curled up as she put the sliced carrot into a plastic bowl and tore open a packaging bag. She looked out the window at damaged high-rise buildings and asked casually, this is Wanghai? That's right, although it is the Wanghai from a century later. Yao Yao looked out the window as her voice was filled with emotion. Like Lin Lin, she came from the era before the war. She had witnessed the prosperity of the city and the greatness of Pan-Asia cooperation. Do you like him? Yao Yao looked at Aisha blankly, as she wondered why she suddenly asked this question. Aisha blinked while she looked at her sincerely. Of course. Yao Yao lowered her head nervously, then finally plucked up the courage and smiled weakly. No, to be precise, it's love. She had never been a courageous girl, otherwise, she would not have hesitated until now. I see. That's it? A small question mark appeared over Yao Yao's head. She tilted her head and looked at Aisha, somewhat confused. Later, the three didn't discuss this topic again. Cheers. Cheers. The sound of glass clinking announced the beginning of the lunch. Pink bubbles rolled on the flaming oil surface, and as the ingredients were poured in, the delicious smell of meat already permeated on the table. In addition to the big hot pot in the middle of the table, Yao Yao and Aisha also cooked some of their best dishes. Lin Lin, who was salivating, was waiting for the perfect moment to eat. Natasha took out the vodka that Jiang Chen treasured, and the sparks of confrontation already appeared in Sun Jiao's eyes. Only Xia Xiyu and Sun Xiaoro still ate elegantly. As for Jiang Chen, his attention was not focused on the food from the very start. He had been quietly observing the expressions of Xia Xiyu and Sun Jiao. Originally, he thought that these two were the most troublesome to deal with, because their personalities were complete opposites, and there was even a big contrast in values. However, to his surprise, the feeling they gave him turned out to be pretty good. The family finished their lunch in a lively atmosphere. Just when Jiang Chen coughed to signal the start of the family meeting, Xia Xiyu and Sun Jiao looked at each other and stood up together. "We have something to discuss. Please go and stay outside for a bit," Sun Jiao said with a smirk. Yes." Xia Xiyu pushed up her glasses and agreed. Then, can I go there?" Jiang Chen asked in a quiet voice. "No," Sun Jiao glared at Jiang Chen as she started to blush, and said firmly, "Who knows if you will come back secretly?" "I agree with my sister. As the only male member of the family, it is better for you to avoid the meeting reserved for girls." Xiaoro also stood up and smiled, "So, brother-in-law, please come back later." Jiang Chen turned his attention to Aisha for help. Unexpectedly, even Aisha betrayed him, moved her gaze away subtly, and pretended not to see him. The fact he was excluded from the family meeting made Jiang Chen feel hurt. He reluctantly walked out of the mansion. Since he had had nothing to do, he strolled towards the general's mansion. On the way to the general's mansion, he happened to bump into Han Junhua, who was walking in that direction, so he said hello. "Hey." Han Junhua looked back at Jiang Chen unexpectedly. "Your expression tells me that you seem to be surprised to meet me here," Jiang Chen said helplessly. "Okay," Jiang Chen had to admit that he has not been to General's mansion for a while. "But you can't look at me this way, right?" "Well, it is indeed a bit unexpected." Han Junhua nodded expressionlessly, and handed the document in her hands to Jiang Chen. "It just so happens that you are here." This document was originally intended to be handed over to Ms. Sunday. Now it is the same delivering it to you. After Jiang Chen took the document, he briefly flipped through the pages and he looked intrigued. "This is, the United African Tribes sent us an envoy and brought gifts. They hope to develop diplomatic relations with us. Our intelligence is quite limited. We only know that they may be the only continent, apart from Arctic and Antarctica, that was spared from the nuclear war." "Why?" "Because he brought a box of corn." Jiang Chen returned to the document to Han Junhua, coughed lightly, then said. "Anyway, put this document on my desk first, and then let the envoy wait for me at 6th Street. I have a more important issue to solve." "Is there anything more important than this?" Han Junhua asked. Jiang Chen sighed, "and it's much more difficult." Chapter 1529 Reward. When Jiang Chen first started the harem, he never thought that he would be concerned over his chaotic prior relationships. After he realized the seriousness of the problem, it was almost too late. Of course, there was no regret. He had never regretted a certain decision he made. Except. Well, he just started to feel a little worried. After he debated for a while, he finally turned the doorknob and walked into the mansion. The moment he stepped in, Xia Xiyu and Sun Xiaoro each grabbed one of his arms. They both smiled as they sat down on the sofa while he was ready to face the inquiries of the girls. With how anxious Jiang Chen looked, Xia Xiyu, who sat on his left-hand side, giggled. "Aren't you curious about what we talked about?" "You will know soon." I suddenly don't want to know," Jiang Chen said. "It's okay, brother-in-law, it's a good thing." Xiaoro smiled. "Can you not use the term brother-in-law?" It always feels weird, Xia Shiyu said. No, this is Xiaoro's exclusive name. Xiaoro still maintained the same smile. First of all, the family meeting, or the signing of the unequal treaty began. Sun Jiao cleared her throat pretentiously, stared at Jiang Chen with piercing light in her eyes, and announced, the first rule is that as a punishment for a certain individual's scandalous lifestyle, you must be responsible to everyone. In other words, you must marry everyone. If you dare to abandon someone, we will ignore you for the rest of our life. This punishment was too serious. But it did not matter for Jiang Chen, since he did not plan to leave anyone behind. No problem, that's what I planned originally, Jiang Chen said sincerely. Also, you're not allowed to give us more sisters, Xia Shiyu said as she folded her arms in front of her chest and then pushed her glasses up with her finger. As for the women still outside, we have decided to forgive the past. In short, you're not allowed to bring new women back. Even if there is an existing one, she must be approved by all of us. Otherwise. Humph, you know. Jiang Chen felt that there were deeper meanings behind that smile. He was very curious about what it was but decided not to ask. I promise you. Is there any more? Jiang Chen quickly agreed. No, Sun Jiao clapped her hands and put down the one leg crossed over her leg while she looked at Jiang Chen with a smile. No. Jiang Chen took a moment to process this information. He originally thought that with Sun Jiao's bully character, plus the mischievous Xiaoro and Xia Shiyu who easily got jealous, it would be hard to get through the day. However, in the end, after they signed the treaty, it was over. Although it was good for him, he had a bad feeling. Brother-in-law, you seem to be nervous. Xiaoro smiled with her lips closed. Am I? Sun Jiao said with a smirk while she looked at the anxious Jiang Chen. Given your good attitude, we've decided to give you a small reward. Yes, tonight, the slightly lowered lens that reflected light blocked the shyness in Xiao Shiyu's eyes, as she said the sentence in an emotionless tone, we decided to let you sleep in the middle. It's pretty early now, Xiaoro pressed her finger against her lower lip as her bright pupils became mixed with charm and seduction. Let's get started. Yes, yes. I'll go get some vodka to hype the atmosphere up, Natasha said in excitement. Every time he would bully her until she was about to fall apart, now, it was finally time for her revenge. Lin Lin and Yao Yao sat there and blushed. They didn't say a single word during the entire conversation. Out of everyone here, they were the only inexperienced ones. Aisha stood up in silence and closed the curtains in the living room. Lilith moved away from the sofa and left space for everyone. After Jiang Chen heard Xia Shiyu, he was first overjoyed, but soon his expression changed. Reward? Hold on. Is this really a reward? Wait, it's a bit too early now. At least wait until it gets dark, it's not early anymore, everyone is waiting in line. Xiaoro sat on Jiang Chen's lap and the little devil, hiding in her was finally unleashed from Xiaoro's mischievous smile. Moreover, it's time to teach our lovely Yao Yao some things, after all, she is already an adult. I suddenly remembered that I ran into Han Junhua on the way to the general's mansion just now. It seems that there is some important document that I need to hurry up, don't mention other women's names, you can only look at me now. Xiaoro pressed her finger gently against Jiang Chen's lips and stopped him from finishing the sentence. Her other arm wrapped around his neck while her tongue lightly brushed against him, also if you dare to escape now, we will ignore you forever. I see. The real Shiraba is here. When his eyes met the mischievous smile, cold sweat oozed from Jiang Chen's forehead. It was the first time he experienced the so-called feeling of happiness and despair. Inside the hotel at 6th Street, the old man with skin as black as charcoal sat with one leg crossed over his other in dissatisfaction. The white woman that knelt behind him had a collar around her neckline was exposed, and her face was covered with a colorful patterned mask. I want to know when your general will be willing to see me. His finger tapped against the wooden armrest of the chair, and the big golden diamond ring clanged against the armrest. As he watched the sky gradually turn dark, the black man showed a flash of impatience. A NAC diplomat from the NAC Logistics Department sat across from him. Since most of the civil servants in the NAC military government were from military backgrounds, he sat there with his back straight. Next to the diplomat was an interpreter, who majored in French. "The people in South Asia are much more straightforward than you," the black envoy said impatiently. "Rice, right? If you don't like corn, I can bring rice next time. 1 ton of rice in exchange for 1 slave, and we can double that for an engineer, and double that for an engineer in infrastructure. NAC has abolished slavery, and we cannot agree to your request, but if you are still interested in other things, we may still be able to talk." The diplomat took a look at the interpreter, slowed his sentence down, and continued, "And here, while food is precious, but it is not as precious as you think. If you can, we would prefer you to use diamonds, gold, ores, or other things that you think are valuable." After the black man heard the interpreter's translation to French, he showed a look of disbelief. He had been to the south before, and the people there told him that no land could be used for agriculture. "Don't lie to me, I know you very well. Your land is no longer farmable. We have a large amount of fertile land and countless cattle and sheep. We need you to come to build roads and houses since you are very good at these, right? It's fair to trade a ton of rice for a slave." The diplomat and the interpreter looked at each other and stood up. "Your request exceeds my authority. I cannot provide you with a response, but I will convey your request to the general. Let him come and talk to me in person," the black man said impatiently. "My time is precious." The diplomat nodded slightly, then left with the interpreter. Until the 22nd century, this continent had been the target of economic colonization by different countries, and once ushered in a brief period of prosperity. After the 22nd century, space mining became the norm, and the enthusiasm for Africa plummeted. Resources were no longer the advantage of Africa. Space elevators brought endless industrial raw materials to major economies. The moon had become a new battlefield for major political alliances. The rare earth and helium, 3 energy markets were quickly reshuffled, followed by the establishment of the first colony on the moon. The entire continent of Africa seemed to have been forgotten, and completely abandoned by international investment. All that remained was a shell, large slums, and unlit cities that formed a stark contrast. The black brothers who did not work very hard obviously failed to prepare for this day. With the withdrawal of major mining and oil giants from Africa, this continent entered an unprecedented depression. The debt crisis caused African governments to go bankrupt. War, hunger, and disease became the new normal on this continent. Just like in the African savanna, natural selection proceeded for the people huddled in the slums who struggled in poverty as they lived through the cycles of suffering from coups and short-lived dictators. Only when humanitarian supplies arrived did they get a chance to breathe. The situation was slightly changed in 2150. The global economic crisis arrived, and the situation could not get worse in Africa. People seemed to move their attention back to here, although their eyes were full of absent-mindedness. And the real turning point was 2171. With the outbreak of the Third World War, this continent, which had almost declined to the atomic age, unexpectedly became the only survivor of this nuclear war. In 2174, after the Third World War ended, the world government was established, and many people began to prepare for their escape plans. At that time, the world government prepared to bring in the Africans, but unfortunately, there were many tribal chiefs in Africa, and there was no suitable spokesperson that represented the continent. Until the launch of the colonialization ships in 2176, the entire African continent was excluded from the sight of the international community. However, to the surprise of everyone, after the end of the war in 2174, Africa welcomed a new dawn. From Moscow to Paris, every city was in ruins, and there was not an inch of undamaged land. A large number of European refugees crossed the Mediterranean and poured into Africa and brought with them technology and knowledge not available here. Only then did the Africans realize that the world they had longed for had turned into ruins, and the people they had envied, at this moment, looked here with envy. Apart from the arms reserves that were world-class on this continent, everything else was so backward. However, it was precisely because of this that the black people did not once again become slaves to Europeans or other outsiders as they once did. Instead, the black people with weapons put their muzzles against the heads of the European refugees and tied collars around their necks. It was impossible to expect them to farm for a living. Even white people thought it was politically incorrect for black people to help white people, let alone the black people themselves. The fact was, before the war, many backward regions in Africa had regressed back to the tribal chieftain system. And most of these tribes agreed with slavery. This situation was particularly common in North Africa. Although some countries south of the Sahara still maintained characteristics of a civilized society, the North African tribes became more powerful after they accepted a large number of refugees or slaves from Europe. After a powerful chief came to power, a new African Union was formed. Just like the name, the United African Tribes implemented a high degree of tribal autonomy, united in the strategy of foreign war, and launched a war against the South African Union. Compared with the World War that had destroyed 200 years of progress in 3 years, this war could only be described as amateur. Not even a tank brigade was formed by either side, and the battle consisted of power armors and unarmored infantry charging on the prairie. The use of 22nd-century equipment combined with the tactical style of the First World War marked the surrender of the South African Union in 5 years, as they retreated to Madagascar. The United African Tribes that conquered the entire continent had no intention to further pursue the South African Union due to the fact that it could not gather enough warships. The large tracts of land digested the refugees that flooded into Africa, and there was finally enough food. Hard-working Asians became the best candidates for farming, and those with land all received one. In contrast, the image of the white was closer to the appetite of the black, so they often served as sex slaves. A symbol of status and power was having a white slave. Whether it was the United African Tribes or the South African Union that had retreated to the island of Madagascar, they did not have more ambition about the land outside the African continent. Europeans already told them how bad the outside world was. Soldiers that defected from Europe became sought-after objects. The pilots of fighters, tanks, and even power armors often received a status higher than that of ordinary black civilians. As for most Asians, life was very difficult in Africa. Especially Indians. For Southeast Asia, Africa was too far away after all. Most Asians who crossed the Indian Ocean to reach southern Africa and Madagascar were from India. After these people arrived in Africa, most of them were raised as serfs. Unity is indestructible. This old Congolese proverb was the slogan of the Africans. However, the irony was that neither the tribal autonomous United African Tribes nor the South African Union has ever stopped its internal friction. The United African Tribes in the north were like a huge feudal empire. The king ruled countless powerful vassals in his hands, but the South African Union was more like a small Renaissance republic. Did the social form deteriorate to this point? With dark circles around his eyes, Jiang Chen stepped in, but he was on the verge of falling down. He read the report sent up to the general's mansion while he yawned profusely and muttered incoherently, "A group of baboons with rifles, an envoy? Well, I can go see him." Han Junhua kept her gaze on him, and after a while, she coughed lightly. "If you are in a bad state today, I suggest you sleep for a while." "My state is not good." "Not true." Jiang Chen shook his head vigorously, pinched the space between his eyebrows, then tossed the file in his hand aside. "Maybe you need a cup of coffee." Han Junhua shrugged, then left. "Wait," Jiang Chen raised his hand and stopped Han Junhua from leaving. After she stopped, he said, "Send someone to make an appointment with that envoy. How about tomorrow? I will meet him at the 6th Street to discuss. He just couldn't do it today in this state. The last scene he recalled was probably the early morning sunlight outside the window, with Yao Yao's pretty face full of happiness and contentment, and the mischievous smile on Xiaoro who just woke up. He couldn't remember that part clearly. He vaguely remembered that Xiaoro helped him get to the general's mansion, mostly to mess with him. Otherwise, why would he come here? Watch me go back and slap your butt. After he muttered in his mind, he wanted to get up from the chair, but instead, his head planted against the table and he started to snore. Han Junhua's eyebrows twitched, let out a sigh, then walked out. Yes.